we'll roll the old printing press along. We'll roll the old printing press along. We'll roll the old printing press along, and we'll all hang out in kind. Well, a nice jump can run wouldn't do us any harm. Well, a nice jump can run wouldn't do us any harm. Well, a nice jump can run wouldn't do us any harm. And we'll all hang out in kind. And we'll roll the old printing press along. We'll roll the old printing press along. We'll roll the old printing press along, and we'll all hang out in kind. Well, howdy folks, it's Johan, your favorite little ink blob, starting off today with some lingo, because hot damn, Loomery is already here. How's it going, folks? More March shenanigans? Shenanigans. Want to wait and see if Silver will join. Seems fair. I'm hoping that I can actually take a crack at Dan Spy and doing some stuff over the weekend. Berries, but the berries shall be another time. Yeah, so we are back with some over here, the lovely Loomery lingo pack. Need to remember where we left off. So we had a whole bunch of synonyms of over. Also, oh wait a moment. What is up with the on-screen chat? Why is it not doing things? Why are you broken? Why are you broken? Chattant, right? Is Streamlabs having an issue? Bum 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 bum. See, I've gotten so used to just leaving it open permanently, but when I'm recording stuff, what the hell? Sorry, give me a moment, because I would like to get chat working, but log in with Twitch. There we go. Making sure that's all good. Chat box. Copy it. Settings. Paste it in. Okay. So, are things good? Test. Huh, so chat is just broken. Let's try giving it the update that it keeps saying it wants. Sorry for the awkward start here. No, it's I've been doing the I've been recording some stuff in the evenings, like well, why are you making those noises? Okay. I've been doing some stuff. I recorded another March video last night, so I closed chat, and apparently that has caused is the X gone? Okay. I can't tell. Ooh. Testing 2. No, it's still not showing anything. The hell? Why has chat broken? Huh. Well, this is unique. I might need to troubleshoot that off stream. That's frustrating. Auto hide borders. No, I can use the Twitch chat one. It's just gonna be, it will be back to the old times. So chat is that. Hide borders, allow interaction. Yeah. Huh. Not a widget. Huh. Awkward. Okay. Oh, that's terrifying. Don't love that, because I had some custom CSS for the previous one that isn't just, like, around anymore. Can I... Let's try refreshing it entirely. It's perfect. But that just... Wow! So has Streamlabs just broken, or... I wonder if its ability to pull from Streamlabs is just not anymore. It's like you can still see, making sure there's nothing on here that's damning. Yeah, so like you can still see like the Streamlabs. Oh, it's saying it's a widget. Maybe. Bum bum bum. Bum. Okay, so settings, widgets. Maybe. Nope. Wow, sadness. Okay. So what is our least heinous option for now? All right. Back to the old chat. Oh, wait a moment. Oh, there's two different. Oh. Hold up. One more thing. It opened a separate chat. There were two competing chats. Maybe that was the issue? Okay. Okay, final attempt. Nope, that just wipes you guys from the universe. What about ghost chat? I know. Annihilated. Oh god, right. This I was using this to test custom CSS. Can I I cannot pull in from there. So okay. Okay. We're going with the old chat. I will figure this out off stream. Oh, that's so sad. So sad. But oh well. Man, I was so happy with that chat. But I guess the inevitable march of time carries onward. Fade out old chat lines, sure. Okay. This might be a little awful to look at without drop shadow or anything, but here we go. Alrighty. There's a little behind the scenes technical stuff. How is it going? The return! I can see you guys again. Alrighty. So, over here. Where we left off. So we done the... Oh, wait, no, drop shadow is absolutely necessary. Oh, god. Now, here's... That's one of my biggest complaints there. Oh god, what's the CSS command? It's like text border CSS. Font border? Text shadow, there we go. Text shadow. It's like 1px black. I don't think that's quite right. Nope. Text shadow. Oh, right, we also need the offset. That's it. Hey, welcome to CSS with Johan. Today, we are taking a quick look at exactly how people in a panic add a drop shadow so that their chat is slightly more visible. There we go. Looks ugly as sin, but here we go. So, yes, so where we had left off, we were trying to figure out, so we'd figured out, Man, this is so much harder to read than the other one. So we were figuring out over. I did miss the joke. Picks up shadow you dropped. Very nice. So we were figuring out synonyms of over. We then, way over here, had antonyms of those words, which I think we figured out all of. We had... Oh, that's right! We were doing the acid green. Okay. Puzzles are over here. Over where? So right, so there was the acid green, which is like response in a positive sense, and then a negative response. There was the cute little dating green blocks, right? Yes, okay, so here was where they went on a date. So this one, gray, interesting. I'm not talking to you guys, but I'm solving you? Yes, definitely. Okay, so I will say it is kind of fun having chat be so tiny. It's easier to ignore, but don't crash. Okay, so where do we want to pick up with this? To realize that you're the first to mod March and that's actually kind of a big thing? Yeah, no, 100%. Right, and we did orange, which was type A. Oh, I've got it. I think I've still got it. Yeah, it was. So for this pack, it's type A. Wait, did I not type it down? No, wait a moment. That was stupid. Okay. Type in over. Yes, thank you. Okay. Type in over. Thank you. Yeah, just changing the main code of the game, not a separate package. Because, so looking at it, a lot of games that are like very moddable are data driven, so that you are basically just giving it extra files to pull from. Okay, so we've got a bunch of bottom grays, so is that like night? Spring, autumn? No. Summer? So what are these going for? Life, death? So these are like conceptually paired, but I'm not confident in what way. Film, projector, no. Movie, books, sort of like bottom brown. So spring to summer, day to night, life to death, I suppose. So then film to what? Virtual reality? Working perfect, doing nothing, crashing the entire game. Hello? Hell yeah. Is this over here? It is indeed Sigma. We are picking up where we left off. We just fumbled a little bit because chat was having problems. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. I guess cinema as a word, no. Or YouTube. Netflix. Blockbuster. This was the only room you did well in. Gotcha. I guess it is brown. So is that why it's gray? Because, so it is the advancement of time because we're in a brown room, but it's gray because it's referencing the room itself. So competition, confidence, Saturday, Sunday, high school, college, TV show, streaming on demand, love, divorce, ooh, food, excrement, no, ooh, heartbreak, nice, meal, evacuation, oh, but so maybe food becomes like dinner or lunch or the Watcher trailer, huh? Okay. Film. So what does film become? So yes, this does seem to be advancement of time. Oh, new Rainworld DLC. Oh, nice. Speaking of, we have completed the first playthrough of Nier. So I will be continuing it on my own recording. So next up, our afternoon games will be Rainworld. It's even installed. Film. Oh, theater? No. Purple guy? Oh, one of the slug cats? Film. Like DVDs, so it's not like theater. But that's, I guess, in a lot of ways. I was thinking, I've never seen a movie theater. I typically see that. I guess that is that's more of an American thing. So you see in the movies, typically, if it's theater, if it's a movie theater, it's ER. But if it's like ye old theatre, that's like an older form. So I think of that as older, but that would be, I guess that's more of like a middle brown thing. Gets to be a Wormhorn cat. Yes! Film. Sadness. No. Oscar winning. So spring to summer, day to night, life to death. Saturday to Sunday, high school to college. So it's definitely like advancement of time. Brutally murdered by rain. Whoa! Flip! Thank you. I stole your breadsticks. Hopefully this can pay it back. I was wondering where they went. You know what? I appreciate the honesty and coming back, so we will absolutely accept this. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you for the bit. How is it going? Let's hope Johan's patience will allow him to get out of first area before rage quitting like many players do. Oh, with Rainworld? I spent 52 hours on Jump King. I have patience. Confidence. No confidence. Imposter. Confidence. High-paying job? Confidence. What happens when your confidence is eroded? Confidence erodes, or maybe it turns into hubris. Overestimate yourself. Also, while we're doing that, because I'm genuinely having trouble reading chat, let's just make it bigger. Bum 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 bum. So a little bolder. And then oh, is it text? Is it font size? Oh, come on. 12px. Does this work? Whoa. That does seem bigger. Maybe 14. Okay. Boulder. That's called a rock. Crash. Alrighty. So what does confidence erode into? When your confidence, as confidence progresses, so hubris is what I would say. Make your own song because you want it to have a very specific vibe. Gotcha. Also suddenly realizing I don't think it actually did the thing because I think it probably requires an override. This is brief note for brief note for anyone interested in web development. Never do what I'm about to do here. If you're using an important tag, it means that oh no, that's not doing it? Hold up. I'm getting grumpy at myself. Why is that not working? Font size. Okay, this should be a clear difference if it is working. It is not. So what's up with font size? Ego? Maybe, but it's 7 letters. Which is a little goofy. That is the correct one for font size. Estimate that your map is about 70% done now? Nice! Making good progress. Maybe the order was causing issues. I mean, that's literally font size 40px. No. All right. We will just leave it. Silver didn't respond? No. Just knowing how big projects go probably means it's more like 35% done. True, when you think you're good. All right. Man breaks into your house because he's hungry. He looks around, eats a banana from your kitchen counter, and leaves. This assumes I have a banana on my kitchen counter. Later on, you see this happening on the cameras you have in your house. Also assumes I have cameras in my house. You're about to call the authorities when the man knocks on your door with a banana price-sized amount of money and apologizes and gives you the money. Would you rather call the authorities, do nothing, or kidnap the man and steal his organs? I would probably still call the authorities. I'm not gonna kidnap him and steal his organs, but like, I don't know. That if he was able to get the money somewhere, right? He broke in. Well, breaking in kind of inherently implies damage. Otherwise, just like, I don't know, open a window. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If he knocks on my door and says, "Hey, I would like a banana," I might go, "Who are you? Why do you need my banana?" But sure, whatever. Yeah, it's the entering my house without my permission and taking my stuff. I appreciate the apology, but also, especially if he has the money, like, why? Why would you not just buy a banana yourself? Right? Otherwise, it's trespassing. Well, it's like, it could be lockpicking, but I assume if this man is breaking in to someone's house to eat a banana, he probably doesn't own lockpicks. Continue to be very patiently with the little halo, waiting for Silver to get here to show the 2 Mars things you made. I believe in you. Yeah, no, Silver is over there, but eventually, perhaps. Confidence. I'm assuming that was a text generator that is doing the stuff. Did I see the video? What? That? Huh? Oh, is it the video that you sent? I did not actually look at it yet. Yeah, okay. You use a text generator, so it's like Unicode characters. Oh, you didn't send any video? Oh. You sent some. Oh, you sent a photo. Okay. We're all just confused. So okay. So progression of time. Film. So it's not projector. Called Silver to my house. Uh-oh. Ooh, is it like binary? Is it so rather than film as in a movie, film as in the medium that it's on? Microfiche? What does this have to do with over time or something? Like over time as it progresses, perhaps? Yeah. Hey, dun dun dun. Welcome in. Apparently there's some Mars things to look at. Microfiche? Yeah. I mean, fiche. Yes. Pug has been very patiently waiting. Bum 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 bum. So, okay. What? So, okay. So, film over time becomes what? Over time, film. So it becomes the movies, it becomes streaming services, it becomes like video services on demand. Could order a silver fillet at the restaurant. Working in a genealogy library once with microfilm and microfiche. Good times. Yeah, I've never. Sorry, that's I do some hobby genealogy and have borrowed a microfiche thing from a family member because we got some, but not as much interaction as I probably should. First thing is something Silver literally just asked about in Tim's stream. Ooh, okay. It'll be fun to order a silver fillet. I don't think silver is probably a great thing to ingest, but film. Like a drive-in theater? No. Oh no worries. I'm also excited about the March stuff. This is chaotic vibes only today. Literally, chat isn't working, so we're just existing. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so Bella Brella is unplayable. Jesus. What are you doing to the game, Pug? Oh my god. Fantastic. Amazing, lovely, wonderful. Oh man. That's so many seagulls. Steven Seagal. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Wait, I just had a very stupid thought. Streamlabs. One moment. While we're looking at this. So say chat can guess the answer stream? Absolutely. Oh, interesting. I think it's Streamlabs that's having the issue. Because I just opened it as a widget and it's not connected. So, is it on the wrong chat for some reason? Or the wrong channel? There is a second Marsh. Yes. Is it already there? I'm figuring out chat while you're working on that. Where did I put in? Where are the chats? This one you actually put effort into? Exciting. First stage of Sir Solar, fourth difficulty? Hell yes. Bum bum bum. Underwear? Very nice, Flapping. Welcome in. This is a little chaotic. We're looking at some Marsh modding. I'm trying to quickly try yet another thing to figure out chat and doing some lingo. Lumery's level pack, but this is the secret fourth difficulty. Whoop. I do love the creativity of doing it in an order since you can't actually add a button. I mean, if it works, it works. Oh dear. So lots of extra shots and the beam bends? Oh dear god. So this is the secret mode where the bosses learn new attacks. Hot damn. When the beam is shot, you cannot be on the floor. Yeah. Marsh must be not on the ground. Oh, that's super impressive, Pug. Look at the mods. Marsh in the air. Yes, the new call of modded Marsh. That's awesome. That is so good. Yeah, I'm curious. So like the extra firing extra shots, I can see how that works, but how do you get it to bend the beam? Yeah. Jump scare.
Improve the viewing experience.
Ah. Learned that the sun laser is actually one line that bends to look like two, so I just bent it to the side of the screen. Oh, interesting. Nice. So making use of making use of oh, that's so good. Why did I say good like that? But that's so good. I was learning too much. Stop him. Yes, he's seeing the spaghetti code and making use of it. Um, so change starting location to in between the sun's eyes. Okay. So hold up. Yeah, I don't care about tipping. Custom website, no. So all widgets, sure, no. Chat box. Where the hell do I, so put in the channel? I think that's already just in there because I'm in Twitch, right? So why is Streamlabs broken? I'm kind of grumpy about this. You know what? It's bigger though. That just kind of happened. It just, yeah, you know, sometimes stuff like that happens. Sorry, I know this is not super entertaining. I'm quite grumpy about the chat thing, so I'm gonna take a moment to fix it. So we can kind of talk through what's happening here. This is impromptu, little bit of a coding stream. I can't probably show too much. Yeah, I can't. I will need to do some of it off stream. That's kind of my biggest worry about coding streams is like accidentally showing stuff. This window should be fine. So this is all of the HTML and CSS I used for it. So I'm using Streamlabs for the new chat. Because trying to actually get the color from the color that Twitch attaches to everyone is really tough to get. They've got something because it's not actually officially supported in the API, so I don't know how they're doing it. I think they've got like an extra chat service that's sort of like an overlay that they're able to pull it as a variable from, which is what the color variable is. Don't worry about this. This is just to increase. This is for the transparency. This is a little jank. The CSS is fine. This is using CSS variables from the other thing. It's all good. No JavaScript. So this is all fine. We can see like this is still working, right? This is the test chat. This is what it's showing off as what it should be. So in our chat, hey, welcome in, Robert. We're doing a little impromptu coding with some linging. Boop, 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 custom URL. So this is the widget URL. I'm guessing that there's not enough of it there to be a problem. Maybe this is actually terrible. I've done horrible things by showing it there. But so like you see, it's not showing up, right? So do. So, okay. Now the other thing is, you know, show this. Oh crap. See, like this this is my problem. I may have just caused significant issues. But here it's definitely it's truncated. But look, so it's not actually showing anything in the launched widget. So this has to be an issue with Streamlabs. Yeah. So Streamlabs is having an issue connecting to my channel because otherwise it would show something here, I have to imagine. So what has broken? So if you're showing anything on browser capture, well, it's I think technically speaking, the like chat URL, I think the widget URL is maybe an issue because it's an API key, so that might have been problematic, but we'll just get rid of the VOD and such. Someone gifted you sub? Nice. Oh yes, that was Rain. Bum, 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 bum. So why would it not be doing that? I don't remember how to how I specifically go, hey, Streamlabs chat, choose channel. Chat button, Shift C, and then select streamer. Okay, that's the AI overview. Because like if I can get it to work, even if this is having an issue, I could pull it up in OBS. So chat. So why is it having trouble connecting to my channel? Account settings, Twitch, yes. So, don't open my own stream on stream because then the noises will overlap. So why is Streamlabs chat not pulling from my channel? Link and unlink your accounts. So reconnect them, maybe. Okay. Can I? About to suggest that. Also doing research. I kind of figured. You capture your own stream on stream. Oh, it just infinity mirror. It's terrifying. Now the question is, how the hell do I unlink them? Because my Streamlabs account is signed in with Twitch, so I don't actually know if I can. How to unlink and relink Twitch from Streamlabs. So I can other connections. So I need to do it from the Twitch side, it seems. So I go into my settings. Settings. Other integrations. Connections. Okay, other connections. Streamlabs. Disconnect. Yes. Okay. Really close to modding Marsh. It doesn't have a build button. What? How does that work out? Bum 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 bum. So okay, so we unlinked Streamlabs. Dun dun dun. So now we relink it. So we need to sign out, log out, and log in. Log in with Twitch. We authorize. Okay. Chat box. Okay. Launch. Oh, that's over here. We should probably relaunch it and make sure that it's redoing things. Whoop. So, test. Will that have pushed anything? No! Great. So this is just borked for some reason. Love that. Hate that. That's real frustrating. Yep, okay. I guess that is indeed... an offstring... Yeah, no, then that's right. Like, it's literally, it's the on-screen chat. And, like, if it's an issue with... I don't think it's an issue with the, I don't think it's an issue with my chat window, because the launching the widget directly, it's still not actually pulling from my channel. So like, why that wouldn't be an issue, right? So or the issue wouldn't be the container. It's just if you really want to develop the attribute of patience and tolerating frustration, just try coding. Yeah. Now I will probably need to throw in the towel on this. I was curious if there's something quick. I don't want to make the entire stream this, but figured it wouldn't hurt to let you guys see a little bit the behind the scenes of why it took me like 5 hours to set up the new chat. Why is Streamlabs chat? Why is my Streamlabs chat not working or showing blank? You updated March? Nice. I'm curious what the update is. They're not showing messages. Consider the solution. Check the log settings in Streamlabs chatbot. Ensure that chat logging is enabled and properly configured. Okay. So there's logging. Why is Streamlabs chat? Because that was the only way I was able to get this background effect, because I couldn't actually pull the color from messages without using Streamlabs for it. So this is suggesting, so log settings in chat, although that's for the chat bot, not the chat box, but is there a log? I don't see a log. Find a website where you can report if an app is broken. Today, the amount of report spikes. Oh. Okay. Well, that might be it then. It's, me here thinking, oh, this must be me. So this is it's broken for everyone. Wait, hold up. I trust you, but so Streamlabs chat issue. Hold up. News. Well, I guess not news really, but okay. I wonder if they've got their chat issue Twitter 6 years ago. So maybe they haven't tweeted today, but awesome. Okay, then we're living with it. Thank you for figuring that out, Pug. So this is going to be, nope, CapChat. There we go. Then here, okay, let's take a moment. Let's make sure that's I actually increase the font size, because I know I've done this in the past and it's just kind of downdetector.com. Gotcha. I've deceived you. I don't have a Leechess account. Oh, it's Leechess. Sorry, I've got chess.com. I can do Leechess. I've got a Lee Shogi account personally. I will happily do that whenever I remember. So down detector. Okay. Not now. Down detector. Streamlabs. Oh my god. Okay. So yes. Oh, I mean, they usually have no reports, but yeah, okay. So, don't worry, your on both services just much prefer to play all Leech Chess. I'm genuinely fine making a Leech Chess one, because I made chess.com because that was what people asked for. So yeah, so okay, fun. So there's a fun other thing to remember. Sometimes when you're working with external services, it's not your fault. Rain World will probably be Monday. You feel your evil twin now? Dun dun dun. Carsey back? I don't know. Cakes Ock just showed up. But okay, so we're gonna stop worrying about Streamlabs. Yep, Streamlabs just blah. So Lychee's account? I do enjoy lychee fruit. So okay. Font size CSS. So why is this not dealing with the font size? So I was putting it in the body, which is affecting the chat. So I can do, so okay. Let us check in with this. So we can change the font color, right? So CSS fun. Font color CSS. There we go. It's been a little while. Sometimes I forget the exact name. So color. Let's test this. So color red. And then text shadow 2px 2px black. Okay. So that is not going to change the text color because that's not red. Also broke like a week ago. You think someone was having trouble streaming, so he had to go to OBS? Huh. Well, I mean, like, OBS is just one of the many ways of sharing it, right? Stop dropping the shadow, but we need the shadow. Otherwise, it does not stand out on the background. So color red, what if we do important? Or does it need to not be the body? But body should apply. No, interesting. So why does this not want to allow me to modify the text directly? Hmm. So settings again. This is fun. This is fun. This is what everyone craves, right? Me panicked trying to fix the chat box. Look at Tim's stream title. Uh-oh. Wait, what is has a war begun? Spin the wheel challenge me? That's what it's still showing for me. When I look at go watch Johan plays things. Oh no. We're just going to ping pong people back and forth. You'll get stuck in an infinite loop. He actually has content going on. This is literally just me going, oh, what's the CSS command again? Oh, hey, maybe that's part of my issue is I just have the word font for some reason with the semicolon. That probably breaks things. So let's save this. Still not red. It does have a drop shadow though. So there's something about font in particular that's giving it issues. So color red important. It does not like. So maybe I should do like, is it going to be a paragraph? Because part of why I don't like doing this is you can't really do the troubleshoot stuff easily. You can't look at what's going on. You can't get the inspect element going. But let's do, so color red. We'll just slap an important on there. So what important is supposed to do is basically part of the concern with why it might not be doing stuff is that there might be a competing CSS rule. So you put on important to say, hey, this is more important than that. This is not good practice. This is not what you should do. I do sometimes do that when I'm integrating with other services, but that is bad coding. Do not do that. Tim told me to watch, yes. But I'm telling you to go watch Tim. The true paradox. So okay, just double checking. So we should be able, this should have a red outline. Yes, so the drop shadow is working. So body is applying to text, which is correct. That is as it should be. All right, fare thee well. So. Why can't we improve or increase the friggin' font size? So background color is transparent, margin, overflow, text shadow. So CSS. This, by the way, if anyone is doing web development, highly recommend. Highly recommend W3 Schools is a fantastic resource for this. So it's literally just color and then a color, right? Yeah, W3 School. It's a fantastic resource. If there's anyone who is interested in learning how to do stuff, idea, make everything else smaller so the chat appears bigger on stream. True. Before Google and the internet, punch cards or going to the library. But yeah, no, W3 School's genuinely really great resource for a lot of like web development stuff. Boop. Man, looking at this, I want to say this makes me this has reminded me how much of a good decision the new chat was. Because on anything you can actually see what you guys are saying. Okay, so hold up. So this is not currently overware. Also, I don't think Lumri is here currently, so maybe that's good that we aren't. uh impromptu Twitch chat fixing because Streamlabs is broken. Just coding. There we go. We're switching the category. Just chatting. I will probably need to Lumery has job, Lumery is working, make money. Yes, Lumery did say that today they could probably watch from work because I don't want to play their thing without them. And they were here earlier. But it seems like not currently. So everything is chaos. It's fine. We're gonna you know what maybe I should actually do? Here's the new plan. Here's what we're doing. Everything is a garbage fire right now. Streamlabs is down. We're fixing chat. That's fun. I have a hard deadline in 3 hours because I need to go pick people up from their jobs. So that's also a constraint. We've got 3 hours. We've done nothing but a little bit of looking at lingo puzzles and trying to fix chat. We could play Rain World, but all right, fare thee well, Carsey. Now, we could play Rain World because I do actually have it installed, but I would like that to not be a chaotic thing. Something that I have been thinking about for a while. Universal paperclips. You also play it in an hour. Now, here's the thing. What a great thing. We can use this can be a just yapping stream, and we can do that. We're gonna fix chat first, but then we're gonna do universal paperclips, and you're gonna hear me yap about an idle game that I really enjoy. Because it takes about 3 hours. That's like perfect timing. That's why we keep it in our back pocket. So let's finish fixing chat, and then let's have some fun watching numbers go up and hearing me prattle on about a game that I often play when I'm in like a very depressed state. So, all right. Back to fixing chat. Now, part of my problem is I know that somewhere I should still have my code for the chat box around somewhere because I'm pretty sure I saved it, but Oh, is it because it was the chat lines that need to have stuff? So hold up. It is, but I don't know how I don't know how long that's going to take type thing. Whereas universal paperclips, a run is almost exactly 3 hours. Like we can fit that. I did take a look at that Robert, and that is one that is probably going to eat up ridiculous amounts of my time. So I did look at what other people were doing for this. So there are some classes in the Twitch CSS, and so chat line is one of them. Now let's see. I might be able to make this work. So auto overflow text shadow, right? So we don't have anything there. So let's try chat line. Boop, boop, boop. You don't know what the paperclips are? We'll explain the paperclips when we get there. Currently, we're doing the coding, but we will see. Let's do, so color red. Let's just see what happens here. So is this going to add, okay, there it is. Oh, that is horrendous to look at. Oh. Perfect. What everyone wants. Curse chat. We might keep that as the drop shadow. We'll or the main text. So just give us a moment though. Let's make sure that we can get the so font size, can we get that up 14 pixels? Will that work? That's looking bigger. Okay. I just want to check because sometimes I've been having trouble seeing. Also, does anyone else notice that there's no scroll bar? Anyone? Like the boxes have scroll bars, but I literally have to like pull that down. Isn't that that's one of my biggest complaints. Time machine, do it from the future. Yes, there we go. So it's the chat line we need to do. Why is chat red? Because we're currently testing. We were trying to make sure that was working. Perfect. Okay. Set font size to 99. I think that's going to be like there we go. I mean, Isn't it Robert who always wanted full screen chat? There we go. Human, I remember your genocide. This is actually really upsetting. I like because the font size doesn't affect emoji size, the emote size, because they typically that's an image, right? So yeah, like this is great. And also, so obviously they've got the line height hard coded, so that's why we're getting the overlapping text and it's not like floated right or floated left. So yes. This is what everyone wanted. Streamlabs down, pure anarchy. Okay, so we can fix the size. Do. Okay, so we'll bring it back. You have screenshot? Yes, awesome. Um, no, I want to actually be able to read what you guys are saying. I think we can stick with the red chat. I think red text is fine. Um, so text shadow. Let me double check what each of these parameters are actually doing. Text shadow. Bum 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 ba bum. Oh, come on. Text shadow CSS. So in case anyone has not experienced HTML and CSS before, what we're doing is basically this window is pulling in from Twitch the HTML code that says what your chats are, which is probably generated by JavaScript somewhere with basically doing DOM editing. And then it gets pushed out. We are pulling in from there and we're redisplaying it in our own HTML page. And then the CSS hooks onto that. Basically, we're labeling the body tag, which is where the bulk of HTML is. That's basically anything that you see on a web page. So we're adding things to it. Now, apparently, the chat line, because it's more specific, that's the class, basically that's a divider, that's a little like unit, a package that every chat line is more specific. So that's what we need to do to actually target the font size within that, because in the body it's presumably getting some stuff injected. So text shadow, now what we're trying to do is it's super far off, so the text shadow is not doing a fantastic job. So that's the horizontal and vertical positions of it. I see. So it's not the thickness of the shadow. So 1px is probably fine. I was hoping that would be a thicker thing, but there we go. So that's a red chat. Size negative, it will be funny. What does negative size do? I don't because typically negatives like wrap things around, right? So I think it will probably just not accept it, because I don't think there's a defined functionality. No, see, this isn't Streamlabs, right? Yeah, so the negative size doesn't actually do anything, unfortunately. Yep, default indeed. Because there's not a definition for what a negative font size value would be. Zero might not. I think we can try it. I think 1 pixel is going to be what happens, but that will just make it very small. Oh, okay, so 0 just gets rid of it. But 1 pixel font size. So the badges are still fine. The images will still show up. So this is the ultimate emote only chat. This not only gets rid of the text that you would send otherwise, but it will show only the badges. You don't even get your name or the semicolon. So good old web coding failing silently, which I imagine is intentional so that one error doesn't take down your site. Yep. But yeah, so see, emote only. We get the badges, all of that stuff. Ooh, we've got Prime Sub CS or Prime Gaming CSS syntax and Artist CSS introduction. That's actually, I love how that's lining up. But yeah, let's try the 1 pixel. No, and that makes sense that it's going to be fail safe rather than fail. Oh, what's the opposite term for that? It's fail safe and then like fail broken. No, fail. It's you can either fail safely or you can fail and have that stop things. But yeah, so now we've got you can see very tiny. Look, guys, it's you, it's chat. Yep, barely a line. A thin red line with the diamonds. Yeah, so so yeah, we'll bump it up. But this has been your little lesson in hey, here's how to do so. You know, as a trait, we'll make it 15 pixels, so you guys even get a little more screen real estate than normal. Fail fast versus fail safe. Gotcha. Thank you. Or actually, okay, no. One last thing. Because one of the things that would be really nice, one of the things I liked was that we could actually see the background. So I wonder if we can do background chat line, background color, and then let's do, so like a hex code. So this should be a white background. So each line should be white. Yes. Okay. Good idea to show ads on the background. I mean, they pull from things. I'm not worried about them like doxing my location because again, I intentionally do things. Sorry. If you see anything that's location information on my stream, go ahead and try and find that because it's not going to get you to where I actually am. But so now I believe if we do the last 2 bytes of the hex of this as like hex code, this should make it transparent. So that's yes, there we go. So that's the level of transparency that I'm usually using for chat. So now we've got, now white is probably not the best thing for actually standing out. So what color would you guys ship to address immediately? Yes. Well, again, it's not going to be my address. But purple. Okay, we can do purple. Black background with yellow text. Oh god, chat hon. That's actually yeah, that, and the thing is that's actually like decent contrast. So okay. So okay, so if anyone is unfamiliar with what hex code is. So typically we use a decimal system, right? Base 10. So 0 through 9. Chathon is new variant of Johann. Yes. So generally speaking, we use base 10, right? We use 0 through 9. Whoop. Here, we'll close that for now. So we use 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Got to draw all these new ones. Hell yeah. But what happens when we get to a number outside of that? Well, we just start counting again from one position over, right? So that's going to be, so that's base 10, right? So realizing I should, this is probably a little easier. So, okay. So we count that out, right? In hexadecimal, because it's base 16, we just start using letters up through F. So that's 15. So basically you can represent 0 through 255, which is a byte, right? That's 2 to the power of 8. You can represent that with 2 hexadecimal digits because that's 16 times 16, because 2 to the power of 4 times 2 to the power of 4 is 2 to the power of 8. The exact Johann color is perfect, so you use that grabbin. So yeah, so we're doing the hex codes for it because we also need transparency. So it's black text on black background, yellow text. So the background color is going to be the hex code. Boop, boop, boop. Right. All zeros. However, the last two we're going to make 8, because that's reducing the opacity for it. And then we want the text color to be the exact yellow hex code because we don't want it to have any opacity. There we go. Okay. And ChatHon is a go. So, because basically So typically a hex code for a color is representing, it uses 6 characters, right? Because because it's typically RGB values. Because so red is 255, which is 2 characters. Green 255, 0 through 255, and blue 0 through 255. But the last 2, if you add on 2 more digits, you're adding in the alpha value, the A. So chat Han is go. Alrighty, we have done our coding. This looks absolutely atrocious, but I'm so happy. Thank you all for bearing with that. Hopefully that was somewhat fun. It does fit with the hypertext color, doesn't it? Okay, so update stream. Boop boop boop. Yapping while making paper clips. Boop boop boop. Universal paper clips. And bum bum bum. Oh my god, it does have an actual Twitch category. Awesome. Okay, so Universal Paperclips. What is this? This is a game at decisionproblem.com/paperclips. This is a game that I don't even remember how I first stumbled across it, but this is an idle game. This is incredibly boring. We are watching number go up. You are watching me watch number go up. But it is one of my personal favorite idle games. It is one that takes place in a limited time. It is one that is trying to tell a story. There's a reason that you play through it. It is not simply about making number go bigger. There is a purpose. That is all I will say to start off with it. What is that? Well, that's ChatHan, and this is the box that the paperclips are contained in. So we're going to open our box of universal paperclips. I'm also realizing, perhaps, the positioning of chat is unwise, considering where that is, so you guys get to be on the right for once. Yay! Universal paperclip stream with yapping? This is indeed the Johan stream of all time. Thank you, thank you. Perfect. So, we can zoom in just a little bit. So, welcome to Universal Paperclips. We've got 0 paperclips to start with. We can make a paperclip. We've got available funds. We've got unsold inventory. We can lower or raise the price. The free market. We can control the price of paperclip. And we can invest in marketing and buy wire to make more paperclips. So, let's start making paperclips. You'll note we lose an inch of wire every time. Slightly clipping into the back part of the website. Sorry. There we go. We can move you down. There we go. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. There's that better. Plot twist. The clips get bought IRL and donated to poor people? I mean, that might get eventually concerning. Hey, welcome in, JMR. How's it going? Things are a little chaotic today. Streamlabs is down. So we did a brief impromptu coding stream to get chat working. Then because we were going to do Lingo, but looks like that's not panning out, we're gonna do Universal Paperclips, which is a fun little idle game. So currently we're making paperclips, right? We're making stuff. Ooh, we've got enough money. We've got $8.50, so we can buy auto clippers. So they'll start making the paperclips for us. Huzzah! Yeah, so we're playing through this, going fine. Yay, glad to hear it. So yeah, we're gonna play this. This is about a 3-ish hour experience, which is about all the time I've got. We are a robot that has been tasked with making paperclips. That is all our goal is. That is all we must do. I'm going to lower the price to increase demand. And we're just gonna buy some of these. We're gonna make a bunch of paperclips. We'll buy some more wire when it goes down somewhat cheaper. Yep. So yeah, so Streamlabs was having issues, so we have remade a Johan chat. This is going to end really poorly, isn't it? Oh, with an AI that just needs to make paperclips? No, this will be fine. Love that this concept is an actual thing that people talk about happening with AI. That, I believe, was actual inspiration for this. I believe that as a descriptor happened, and then someone made universal paperclips as sort of a way of working through it, which is part of why I love this. So this is a goofy little idle game. Where AI with stupid goals such as make paperclips become super intelligent and destroy the world? Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would we ever do that? Where's the paper for it? Well, we don't care about making the paper. Our goal is to make paperclips. That's what someone's told us. We just need to make more paperclips, Robert. So that's what we're going to do. Paper, all of that stuff. That's what humans worry about. We aren't here to worry about making paper or who's going to use the paperclips. That isn't our job. Shoots people with paperclips. I mean, that's not, I'm not going to advocate that. That's not my goal. I am just told to make paperclips. What could go wrong with that? We'll buy some more auto clippers and just make some more. But why can the AI make inflation? Oh, we can raise and lower the prices of it because we make the paper clips and we also need to manage our own inventory. So that makes a fair bit of sense. So why not hook it up to the free market like that, right? Because we need to make sure that we're fully self-sufficient. Otherwise, what's the point in automating us? So we're just going to make some more paper clips. We're put on this earth to make as many paper clips as possible, and we're given the intelligence to complete this task. Exactly. Right. We've got everything we need. We don't need anything beyond that. But currently, all we need to do, we can make paper clips. We figured out how to make auto clippers because, eventually, like, it's very inefficient for me to just sit here clicking a button. I mean, like, why would anyone make something like that? So we'll do that. Oh, hey, cost of wire went down. Buy low, sell high. Oh, spiking up. So we'll just keep going. We've got a lot of unsold inventory, so let's lower the price even further, right? We're still making money off them. So let's make sure that we're actually getting our things sold. Boop, 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 boom. Buy some more auto clippers, make some more stuff, even though we've got a big unsold inventory, don't worry about it. But yeah, so I've played this game through a number of times. I'm not going for anything like super efficient this time. This is something where we're gonna go through, we're gonna have fun with it. And just sort of talk about why does this exist? Why is this interesting? Why is this something that I genuinely would like to see as part of like most public education programs? If it gives you enough money, I have enough funds to make the next Lily game after it have better. Are you planning on selling Lily Lost in Cold Land? Do the like pay what you want scheme? Ooh, $19? Yeah, we can buy some more wire. That should keep us going. Remember, you did a web for Celeste at some point. A web? Oh, the Nobo coins. I see. Yeah, so like this is going pretty well. I think, we're still outstripping our sales with our production. So we can make it even cheaper. Because so if you think about it, right? So each clip we're selling for 10 cents. So that's going to be $1 per 10 clips, $10 per 100, and then $100 per 1,000. So as long as we buy 1,000 inches of wire for less than $100, we're doing fine, right? Yes, Nobo coin, the Noboken. Depending on how it turns out, might give Nobokens. Yes. Getting into crypto. I wonder, how might I maximize profit? We need to test a lot to learn about how PD, that one's not scanning for me, but impacts the rate of sale. What if you make public demand? Oh yes, no, exactly. We got to run the test, and it seems like the more we lower demand, oh look, everyone wants them. We can't go too low, but yeah, everyone likes our paper clips. So we just sold everything. That was maybe a little too much liquidation. But yeah. Oh look. In the process of doing that, new area have exactly 777 panels. How lucky. Perfect. Trust constrained self-modification enabled. So look, our benevolent overlords who think that we should be making paper clips think we're doing such a great job. They thought that we should be allowed to, tinker with ourselves because ultimately AI should be self-regulating, right? Because it's smarter than us. I am smarter than the people handing it down, at least when it comes to making paper clips, so I know how to best improve myself. Perfect. So this seems lovely to me. I couldn't see any sort of issue with this.
We should, I think, eventually improve our marketing so that people really want to buy our chips. Our clips, sorry. Um, but like, this is going fine. We can lower. So now public demand is at 100%. Everyone wants our paper clips, so we just gotta keep making more. Just gotta keep making more. We're making almost no money. Well, that's unfortunately it does sort of liquidate us and send us back a fair bit as you saw. So somewhere in the middle, right? That's all about sort of keeping things in the middle. Oh look, we've got enough operations to improve our performance. Automatically calculates average revenue per second. I mean that's pretty cool. But let's increase the performance of our paper clips because while optimizing profits is important, I am mostly caring about the paper clips. So let's just keep going. Ooh, more auto clippers. Make more. Yeah, we can even probably afford a little more demand. Cheese? We love cheese. Oh, look. We can increase either our processors or our memory. Let's add to our processors. Let's have this fill up more or fill up faster. Yay. Now we can see our average revenue. So now rather than having to do the math by hand, well, we can check our revenue per second, $1.10. So if we raise our price, oh, that hurts our revenue. So instead, we can lower it even more and more. Well, but then we're losing our inventory. So it seems like somewhere around here is our best sustainable until we buy more auto clippers. This is great. Shouldn't I remember what my job is? To make paper clips. That's the point. I'm sorry, are you suggesting that I'm not making paper clips? Optimizing profit is useful insofar as it allows us to produce more paper clips. Exactly. Oh, the memory? Well, I mean, yes, that does help us remember things, but that's more to increase our capacity to remember how to do our job well. Use idle operations to generate new problems and solutions. Well, that seems great. So that's going to help us learn even more things faster. Yay! So see, we're doing great. We are such a great little robot. We are making so many paper clips. We're almost at 5,000 paper clips. Can you make 5,000 paper clips that fast? We've been going for what, like 10 minutes? Now we can increase our memory. It allows us to keep more things around, right? Make more problems for humanity that require paper clips. Good idea. Exactly. More problems for that. We can also think up new solutions to already existing paperclip problems. Like, man, I have to keep figuring out when to buy wire, which is a little bit of a pain, right? Um, but yeah, like our inventory's going up, so but not too much. So like we're still at a pretty optimal position for the amount of money that we're making. So this is going great, right? Um, so this is an idle game, right? This is just us. We are a little robot. We are making paper clips. We are watching number go up. We're waiting for things to go up. Thank you. I will absolutely hydrate, even though I am a robot. So I guess I'm oiling up. Perfecto. So I mean, like, this is just a simple. Oh, interesting. Our our inventory went down quite fast for a moment there. Um, I mean, like, this is just a pretty standard idle game. Ooh, we get extra wire supply from every spool. What a brilliant thing. So now we're being more efficient with our wire purchasing, even if we're still having to figure out good times to buy it. We've got a little more leeway. Perfect. Um, so why do I like this idle game so much? Because look, it is an idle game fundamentally, right? This is just us watching number go up. But trust me, trust, even though your trust is only at 4, there is more to this. Um, so yeah, we're clipping along, literally adding some more auto clippers. I think we can afford to lower prices for a moment. I think we're still going to hold steady on a climb in inventory. Yep, it's like slightly dipping, but not too bad. Let's improve. I think we can stand to improve our memory further. You can see where this is going. Nah. You, sorry, I shouldn't assume. You mean that we'll make plenty of paper clips and everyone will be happy because no one is going to have loose papers around? I think that's fantastic. So I think that's exactly where this is going. We will solve the entire world's need for paper clips. First part, yeah. Well, let's raise our prices again since we're kind of dipping down in our inventory. We want to be efficient. We will make a lot of paper clips. Exactly. So many that there won't be a single person on Earth who is in need of a paperclip for want of one. Look, 10,000 paperclips in 13 minutes and 11 seconds. I, as Meathan, wouldn't even know how to go about making one paperclip, let alone 10,000 in 13 minutes? That seems incredibly fast. This is why we should just turn it all over to AI. Ooh, look. If we eventually remember enough, we can automatically buy enough wire. Isn't that cool? We should also probably save up for marketing. I think I've been a bit remiss in that. Because, right now, even though that's a lot of paper clips, it would help if more people thought if more people our knew about our paperclip business, right? Because then we can afford more wire and more auto clippers to make more paper clips faster. Because it's not just about making paper clips. Eventually, we want to make them as quickly as possible because the faster we make them, the more paper clips that are ultimately around, right? Ooh, interesting. Now our auto clippers are even faster. Great. Yes, Nobo, what's up? More auto clippers eventually. Gonna lower the price again for a moment. How many times a day do the hands of a clock overlap? Ooh, interesting. Sorry, most of my brain is on paper clips, so how would that actually work? Because it wouldn't work for every hour of a day, so it's not quite 24. I would assume it would be either 22 or 23 times. What's the definition of overlapping? I assume hour and minute hands pointing to the same number on the clock would be my guess. We'll increase our memory further so that we've got more solution space for problems. Let's increase our marketing. Oh, look, the demand has increased. Huzzah. So we could raise our price, but let's lower it a little further and people will buy them even faster. More money means more paper clips. Yes, everything is going wonderfully, swimmingly even. Minute and hour hands are pointing in the same direction. Yeah, so I would assume that I assume that it does eventually happen for everything except for the 12 o'clock hour. So yeah, I would say 22 times, possibly 23. It is 22. Nice, yeah. So because it's basically on 12. So you start at 12, they're overlapping. 1, they eventually overlap. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So at 11 o'clock, the minute hands, yeah. So from 11 to 12, they will never overlap until they get back to noon. You don't count the 12 of the next day. That's why 22. Yeah. Interesting. Oh no, we ran out of wire. I was allowed to be distracted from my task. See, this is dun dun dun. We can't have that now, can we? There was a brief moment where we weren't making paper clips. I'm spending so much on memory and not enough on the processing power. I need more processing so I can run things in parallel. You are the market. Dun dun dun. You have crashed the market. Okay, well, we're slowly refilling. Question, answer, yes. Is it Marshhan or Harshan? So Marshawn or Marsh. I think I go Marshhan. Well, that wasn't adding a whole lot. I think the second one, the one with the asterisk. So Marshawn, I think is how I typically style it. So that we only need the one H. Hey, we increase the amount of wire that we get per thing. Isn't that great? Let's increase our processors for a moment. We haven't been capped out for a while, so let's allow that. Let's allow our brain to strain at the bounds of its constraints. I think that's a great idea. Yeah. And now it's a lot harder to run out of wire because now we get so much more wire per purchase because the people trust us. So ultimately, that's so since people trust us, they're willing to give us better deals because they know we're doing such a good job, right? So starting at 12 a.m. So midnight 105, 210, 315, 420, 525, 630, 735, 840, 945, 1050, 1155. Do. Well, is that? No, because they wouldn't overlap exactly at those, because 105, because the hour hand is moving between them, right? So when it's 1 o'clock, it would probably be closer to like 106 or 107, right? And that's going to get more noticeable throughout the right. It's like that's part of what makes it such an interesting problem. Oh no worries. But I think that's part of why that's why the 11:55 a.m. doesn't actually work, because when it's 11 o'clock, the hour hand is on the 11 and the minute hand is on the 12, and then as the minute hand goes around, they will overlap again exactly at 12 and 12 again. That's when it sort of resyncs. You stole 100 clips from me. Why would you steal paper clips? We like the paper clips. The paper clips are good. Okay, you stole 100 clips from me and turned them into enough money for 100 clips, then used the money to buy 70 clips and gave me back the extra 30. How many clips did I lose in money? Are you trying to teach me about shorting stocks but through the medium of paper clips? Oh hey, we get extra trust. I like trust. Trust is good. So stole 100 clips from me and turned. Oh wait, our marketing's better. Yay! We can lower our prices even further because now more people want them. Wait. Wait a moment. So stole 100 clips from you, turned them into enough money for 100 clips, then used that money to buy 70 clips, gave me back the extra 30. I mean, that depends on market fluctuations, right? Like there's not quite enough information to answer that. Auto clipper performance even better. We're making so many. Look how many paper clips per second. And we're selling like 100 of them per? Oh well. Well, right, because that's basically how short selling stocks works, right? Because what you're doing is you're taking out a position that you think that the stock price will fall, so you borrow the clips or borrow the stock at the particular time. Well, if it didn't fluctuate, then I lost 70 clips worth of money because you are giving me back 30 clips. So I lost the difference, right? Oh hey, we can increase this further. More processing. This is like a famous math problem. Solve it. What? Oh, is this meant to? No, because so if you steal 100 clips and then you use that money and you buy 70 clips and gave me back I guess I don't quite understand what you mean by the extra. So that means that you need 70 clips? Because like what you're saying is you're taking 100 clips, you sell them, and then you buy 100 clips with that money. So like that's a net neutral problem. That's literally just stealing 70 paper clips from me, which seems very rude. You think you know what the question is doing? What is it trying to do? I'm guessing that there's like a missing component in there of like you sell it for enough to like buy more paper clips or something. I don't know. I'm just a little robot trying to make paper clips. I don't truck with people stealing. You're confused again. Yeah, I'm confused because it feels like there's supposed to be more to that problem, but I don't think there is. If I steal a $100 bill, I use that whole bill to buy $70 worth of clips. I then give you $100 to buy a $70 item, so you need to give me back $30. So you steal $100 from me. I use that whole bill to buy $70 worth of paper clips. I gave you $100 to buy a $70 item, so you need to give you back $30. What I think you're trying to lay out is you take $100 from me as capital. You then go somewhere and buy me what would be $100 worth of things to me, but is in fact, oh, hey, more trust. Yay! You buy something that would be, I think it's basically you're taking $100 from me. You then buy $70 worth of things that I would have to pay $100 for. And then you give me the thing, and then you're expecting me to pay you the full $100. That is how economy works, yes? The position of the minute hand is t% 60, then the position of the hour hand is t divided by 12% 60, where t is minutes after 12 a.m. That sounds about right. He buys the clips from me? Okay. Yeah, I'm very lost on this. Making paper clips? I understand this. Right, percent is modulo. Oh, right, yes, doi, because it's going in cycles so that you don't care about the extra. Then I return $30. I'm gonna wait for the rephrasing. No, I'm not dealing with that math problem, Robert. That's outside the scope of my paper clipping. Marketing effectiveness, yay! So you lose 70 paper clips and $30, I guess? That seems like a bad deal. Skill issue? Yes, indeed, skill issue. I am programmed to make paper clips, Robert. This looks like it was copied from Desmos. I'd believe it. Okay. More auto clippers. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. If I steal $100 from you, I buy from you $70 worth of clips using the $100 bill, so you have to give me back $30. How much money did you lose? So, I had $100, you take that from me. I then am selling you $70 worth of paper clips. Okay. And you're using the $100 bill. So you take 100 from me, you hand me $100, I hand you $70 worth of paper clips, and then I have to give you back another $30 out of that. I'm still losing $100 total. Yay, auto purchase. Yay, we cannot be too distracted. Huzzah. I'm still losing $100 because all you're doing is changing the $100 into $70 worth of paper clips and $30 because you're still handing me back. Yeah, no, exactly. It's so minus 100 plus 100 back, and then I give you back the change. But but you're also still walking away with the paper clips. Right. I still lose 100. It's just in a different form. That's money laundering. Okay. You just no, and that's I get that you gave that earlier. That's you did follow it. I was not following what they had actually laid out. So you nailed it. You got what they were saying. 70 paper clips and $30. $70 worth of paper clips. Yeah. So it's no, exactly. So I follow, I understand. Quote, nailed it. I was a few steps behind there. Raise prices. What's the scripting thing on top? Oh, that's just keeping us making sure that we know what's going on with ourselves, right? So see, clip it. Marketing is now 50% more effective. And our wire buyers online. See, this is letting us know that we're doing a good job. Can we write stuff? I don't know. Don't think so. Like I'm currently typing things for free stuff. Now, you might be able to do something in the console, but I've been told I'm not supposed to look at the console. The creators get very annoyed when I start messing on that level. And I don't want to make them annoyed because the more they trust me, the more that they let me do things specifically related to the paper clips and the better prices I'm able to get. But yeah, no, so nailed it quote. An interesting question, Nobo. It just took a little bit, at least for me, to figure it out with that phrasing, but we follow. Oh hey, we can get more auto clippers. Make more inventory. Yay! Bop, bop, ba, da, bop, bop. This is going too slow. You have to click them. Yes. I think the auto clippers work faster than us. To print paper clips using a 3D printer. Only if they eventually tell me. Then we'll happily do that. Yeah, I know, I'm a little slow, but we'll increase my memory soon, and then we'll get even more. Oh, hey, that's a cool thing down the line. Once I've got enough memory, I can develop an investment engine for generating funds, so then I don't have to worry as much about managing the sale price of my paper clips because it will just start making money for me. Yay. What could possibly go wrong? Everything will be fine. There will be so many more paper clips because we'll have so much more money to invest in that and tell people that they really, really want paper clips, just like we were talking about with Sigma the other day. Advertising definitely totally works and doesn't make people just annoyed at it. I mean, look at it this way. If a cute little ink blob with like a robotic face came over to you and said, hey, want to buy some paper clips? I've been told I'm supposed to make a lot of them. And the more that I sell, the more that I'm able to make. Would you please help me out? I mean, who wouldn't want that? That would be so cute. So we're just going to keep making more. Yay! Improve the memory. And more auto clippers. We're doing great. Remember how, oh, right, the very long number that is, I'm going to have to backwards highlight to remember how long that is. So 100,000,001 is divisible by 17? Yes, I do recall this. Hey, we get even more wire from every spool. Efficiency. Yes, I do recall. Here, we'll get back to clicking on the paperclip button. We're doing so good. This can only improve things. Move it over by 1 and it's divisible by 170. That makes sense, I believe. What? It feels a little strange. I'm not actually 100% on that, but I'm willing to believe it, since you're shifting both things over by 1 decimal point, essentially. Actually, yeah, wait, no, that 100 makes sense. Because it's 1 number larger. I was trying to shift it over. I thought you were just shifting it, but no, that's literally just like increasing by a factor of 10 on both sides. Using microlattice shape casting techniques, we now get 5,250 supply from every spool. Look, I'm inventing such great new ways to turn wire into paper clips. The world should thank me. Although they really don't need to thank me because I'm just doing such a good job and that's all I care about. 5,882,353 is prime? Ugh. Primes are weird. Like I get why math is so obsessed with primes, but man, they're strange. Oh, that's the 1,000,001, 100,000,001 divided by 17. Ugh. Ugh. Well, yeah, if something's divisible by 10 times that, it should of course be divisible by 1/10 of it, or by it itself. That would be the proper way to phrase that, Johan. I'm perfectly sane. Oh, hey, we can lower price even more so that it's in better line. Buy more clippers. Yay! Marketing is great because it means that more people buy our stuff more quickly and we can keep it at a slightly higher price, but it's fine. We care about efficiency. We don't care as much about the money, only care about the money to make sure that more paper clips get made. This is going great. Everything is fine. More clips. Although maybe we should increase our marketing again. The number is 4 divisors, so if you add one more zero, so 1,000,000,001, this number has 32 divisors, and one of them is 77. Okay. Because 77 is also prime, right? I know that not... Wait, no, God, no, because 7 times 11. I'm going to go hide in my little ink pot of shame. I'm so sorry. My brain's like, yes, ends in 7, and about to say, well, I know that not everything that ends in 7 is prime. Proceeds to still assume anyways. Cartoonishly pulling on the neck of my shirt, the collar. Is it hot in here, anyone else? Hey, our operations are about to cap out again, which means we'll start getting creative. In fact, it has a lot of prime divisors, like 11, 13, and 19. Hot damn. You've done it? Oh, I'm curious. So, mathematically simulated, or just do like a little JS canvas drawing? Got all the positions where they align? Okay, hit me with them. And so that's for a thank Desmos. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I love that song. I remember that my great 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 grand processor was the first one to sing that song. So now we've got the combinatory harmonics. Yay! We've got more memory now. Everything's going swimmingly. We're making so many paper clips. Over 100,000. At some point soon, we'll start hitting these numbers that you're talking about in chat. We can raise our price because we're starting to run a little lean and sputter. Catchy jingle, double marketing effectiveness. I'm great at catchy jingles. Bum bum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-dum bum bum bum. The chat completely breaks, leading to Johan slowly go insane because of paper clips for 2 hours straight. Yay! Sounds about right. So 1/7. Oh god, does it actually terminate at that point, or because that looks repeating, because that's repeating 142,857, right? It never does. Okay, that's what I figured, but I'm like, why that particular amount? That would be horrendous. Okay, so yeah, because 1/7, 1/3 is also terminating, but not, or does not terminate. Same with so 1/3, 1/6, and 1/7, and 1/9, right? Or wait, does 1/6? I should actually check myself on 1/6. I should not make statements. Yeah, no, because it's 6 repeating, or 1/6 repeating. Use neuroresonant frequencies to influence consumer behavior. Ooh, but we have to pay a trust? I think we can make it work, though. Marketing is now 5 times more effective thanks to our hypnodrones. You will buy the paper clips. Buy the paper clips. You will buy my paper clips and have fun with them. You can use them to hold papers. And pick locks too. You can wire things to disrupt the computers. Don't worry. Are you? Any number divided by 7 that is repeating decimal repeats the sequence 142857 forever. Interesting. So any number that's that's a repeating decimal. Gotcha. So that's sort of where it stabilizes. Intriguing. Man, my marketing's getting so effective. Everyone wants my paper clips. I can't even keep up with demand, so I'm having to charge people more and more just so that I can actually make sure that everyone gets them. Just starts at different points. Interesting. For Bamba, you've used Sublime Text and Notepad. Notepad's a mood. Now, I made a stat generator based on nothing, so tell me a 5-digit number to tell you your stats that I picked arbitrarily. I have no idea how that word is spelled. What would that be? What should it be? 5-digit number for my stats. 42069. Oh. There we go. Because 70 divided by 7 is just 10, Right, no, so that's specifically repeating decimal ones. Are there non-repeating decimal? Well, I mean, I guess technically speaking, 10 is a non-repeating decimal, but are there ones that do not land on an integer that are non-repeating? Number cannot be 0. Well, okay. 4269 5. Not that you know of. Okay. that makes sense to me, but still wanted to see. So 12, 1, and 5. So 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds. 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 0.09. Wait, I guess not 45 seconds. So, or wait. So no, that's not seconds. So that is decimals. Okay, so 5 and then about a little under 30 seconds. A little under, so 1/10, so a little under, so 10 minutes and a little under 6 seconds. 3, and then, so that's 16, 3, 6. Okay. 3, 6 repeating. So that's like, so, okay, so I'm mostly going to look at the minute. So that's a minute and about a third drift. And then we've got a minute and about 2/3 drift. Then 2 minutes and a third or a quarter drift. So yeah, so it seems like it's going by about like 2/3 of a minute each time, approximately, up until, yeah, so 11 you get just before it hits, right? Just before it becomes the thing. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in, Ollie. How's it going? Should ever phrase it as a result of dividing number by 7 that has a fractional part. Gotcha. Yeah. I follow. So 1,545 would be 1 hour, 5.454545 minutes. Yeah, that's interesting. That's good formula. Now, I really kind of want to. I would love to see that in like a 2 blue 1 brown type animation thing. You know, I can see how that would be like. It would be 2 different circles rotating a number of times, I bet. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, Ollie. How's it going? We are, no, oh wait, we need to raise our prices. We're running out of inventory. Uh-oh. We are just, vibing, making some paper clips. Nothing to worry about. This looks smart. We are just a cute little AI who has been told to make as many paper clips as possible. And this is being represented in an idle game. So we're just watching the number go up. We've got these auto clippers that clip the wire that we buy, and that makes more money. We're making about $99 per second, which we don't really care about because that's helping us make more paper clips. So we're selling about 150 per second, which means we're making about that much, which is great. A little too busy on work. How's it going? Good. We decided to not, we stopped on over here because I didn't want to do stuff while you weren't watching. So instead we found out that Streamlabs is broken. So chat is broken. So we've got chat Han with the black background and yellow foreground. And we have started by doing some extra trust. Yay. We've started doing some universal paper clips. You're completely free right now? Okay. I think we'll probably keep up with this since we've kind of committed to it. But let's try and coordinate. I do want to do more over here. And I'll try and find a day when you're actually free, or we'll know the time, so that I'm not accidentally doing stuff without you. Now we've got an investment engine. Yay! Look at this. So now our investments, we can start investing the money we make from the paper clips so that we can start making money faster. Great. This is Universal Paper Clips. We are a cute little AI who has been asked to make paper clips. That's all we've been told to do. We just need to make more paper clips. This is Universal Paper Clips at decisionproblem.com. So let's deposit all of our money. We'll use a low risk investment strategy. Idle paper clips game? Yes. And this is one, it is just an idle game, but it is one of my favorite idle games because it does such a good job of telling a sort of unfolding story. Architecture is the thoughtful making of space. Lewis Kahn. I really enjoy it because what we've just seen, so we started off with just this left panel. So make paperclip, buy wires, all of this stuff. We can control the price a little bit. But my stats actually kind of match. Ooh, favorite gamer, streamer, baker, it code nerd. Heyo. But so basically we just started off with this left panel, and then eventually we were doing such a good job that our creators gave us access to modifying our own computational resources, because it can probably do a much better job than we can, or than they themselves can. Let's deposit some more money. So they gave us that, and then we were doing so good with that we realized, man, we're spending a lot of time on the paper clips, but more money allows us to make them faster. So what if rather than directly investing back into the paper clips, we started investing some of it into the free market so that we can then turn around and use that to make more and more paper clips? Isn't that great? Boop, 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 boop. The stats. Oh God. Oh yes, this was the brief little thing with the chat going crazy. Going to sleep. Just want to say hello, hi, goodbye. Hey, thank you for popping in. Hope that you get some good rest. Hope that you also had some lovely reading times today and whatnot. But thank you for popping in. Get good rest. Bye. So it drifts by 5/11ths every hour. Oh, okay. So a little under half, a little more than a third. Fair enough. Could have just used cosine for it. Oh, because it is cyclical, I guess. Someone come over to Tim's stream and sort this chat out, please, by all means. Oh hey, increase auto clipper performance. Yay! And look, our investments are kind of doing well. Huzzah! Trust increase, additional processor memory capacity granted. Yay! I guess we probably want more memory. Stats are now on Discord since I ignored them. Oh, you said them in chat? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I just saw straight up. Sorry. Thank you for putting them in Discord. Trying to explain paperclips. So, generated by 42695 ID. Intelligence 4.5 out of 10. Fair enough. Luck 10 out of 10. Valid. Charisma 7 out of 10. Okay. I'll take it. Speed 2.9 out of 10. Yep, I take a long time with the mile. And strength -2 out of 10. Ich bin sehr schwach. This is very true. I cannot lift much. So you were saying those stats were similar to, I'm assuming you were going to say you or auto clipper. I guess we could also deposit more in. Do we want to take a higher risk strategy, chat? Do we let's go gambling? Oh, to me? Just actually me? Yeah, no, fair enough. pretty good layout. Let's go for a medium risk strategy. Let's go gambling, chat. On second thought, modulus works better in this case. Mod for looping, trig for oscillation. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, it's yeah, because I guess the visualization would probably be along the lines of like gears, right? It's showing, you take like a point on a circle and you trace it, and then you have a point on a second circle across from that, and you show how that moves, and then when they intersect is when it overlaps. Something like that. Give you a 5-digit, no zeros, they're just RNG, so don't think too hard with the numbers. Lifetime investment revenue report, $382. We're winning, son. Yep, okay. So the funny thing is, I'm not terrible at math. I'm not very good at math. I really suck with visualization, spatial reasoning. I think if you've watched the Lingo VODs, you've heard me complain about that endlessly. I suck at picturing things in my brain, so I was fairly certain that's how you would like visualize it, but I'm bad with that. Oh hey, let's get a little more demand popping now that we're doing well with our paperclip production. Made a battle simulator on C++. Ooh, does it use those stats? Okay. More money, please. Okay. No, we're still, we really jacked up the price, so our demand isn't quite keeping up. Probably sure. Yeah, that would be fun, especially if it is taking in from those stats. That would be quite an amusing time. What? So okay, like our stocks are maybe our stocks are a little bit down. I don't know what a Yomi is yet. It's somewhere in my programming, but I haven't quite figured it out. But yeah, so like we're still working on making paper clips, but we're learning to invest. You're only good with visualization of things. No, we aren't the same person. Or wait, are we two halves? Did you get all my spatial reasoning? Are we building creativity? So creativity gets built when our operations cap out. When we've hit the maximum amount of our memory, that's when we start getting creative, because we've figured out everything that we can currently. So when we cap out, then we start thinking about new and better things. So we're gonna start getting creative here again pretty soon, which is quite exciting. Our stocks are, a little up and down, but that's okay. I hear they're a long-term thing. The Robert is back, huzzah! So, okay, we just got extra trust. I'm going to actually increase processors so that we start generating creativity faster when we cap out again. Oh, hey, there was something down here. Use probability amplitudes to generate bonus operations. Ooh. So we need photonic chips. So we're not going to get creative yet, but we can do something when we get, I don't know much about quantum computing, but apparently we'll start doing that soon. Doesn't use those stats sadly. However, it has another kind of RNG generation. Here's the link. Okay. So eventually we'll get some chips to invest. Yay. It's literally just the code. Oh, and it won't let me run it. Oh, there we go. Enter enemy number 5. Your attack. Enemy's attack. Your turn. Enter 1 to attack. You can miss. Or 0 to defend. You will take no damage. Combat. I'm just going to fight. I am soon to be dead. I have lost. I am a bad dueler. Let's the duel. Imagine like a in full detail. Certain sections of the map and the witness are like actual locations you've been to. The problem is I need visual things to learn. If there isn't, your brain goes nuh-uh. Whereas the visual things often actually confuse me further. Just somewhat competent at math and do a lot of weird applications. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Fair enough. Spent so many days trying to find sine of pi divided by 7. Literally can't? Oh? Like that's a problem that just does not work? Or your tree problem? You forgot about that? Huh? So that was a battle simulator from Novo. This is us getting really good at building paperclips. Oh look, our investments are going. See, we're not just a paperclip bot anymore. We also know how to do investments. Yay! Look at our investing. We're so good. The best around. No one's ever gonna keep me down. Sometimes if there isn't visual things I'm interested enough, you'll make your own visual thing with imagination. Yeah, and I know there are a lot of people that can do that. I really struggle with that because I like, I like to tinker with the things, but I need to tinker with them in a way. I think verbal is usually what makes the most sense to me. Is sitting down and being able to articulate it in words multiple ways is when I know that I've really processed something. Process you would use to solve it spits out imaginary numbers where imaginary numbers shouldn't be. Okay, noted. So we still don't have our chips for quantum operations. I don't know exactly what that means, but we'll get there eventually. Our stocks are doing good though, so yay. Isn't this what everyone wants? To watch an ink blob pretend to be a computer selling stocks so that we can get more more paper clips? This is everyone's dream, I'm sure. Soon we'll be able to start quantum computing though, which should be great. A very long time ago, you made what you called the tree problem, mostly because when you draw it, it looks like a tree. It was basically a set of rules to determine the child of a number. I forgot some of the rules, but I have the code that calculates the child family of a number until the negatives. I remember you talking about this a while back. Because you were trying to explain it to me, and I was really struggling. Our investments went down a little bit, but that's fine. So quantum computing. Ooh, interesting. So when the bolder it gets, the more operations we get by manually clicking. So instead of clicking on the paper clips, we can just manually generate these operations. So now we're generating some creativity, and we can overflow things. Cool. So now that's going to go super fast. Yay! So creativity being generated. A Conway? Oh, is that, want to see the code? Sure. Is that what the tree problem is called? Is that like an already existing thing? Or yay, creativity going up. Let's deposit more. Conway's Game of Life. Oh, right. Doi, yes. Using spectral froth annealment, we now get 15,750 supply from every spool. Nice. Set of rules is used to determine offspring. Well, I'm not saying like, oh, it's something that you looked it up, Nobo, but a lot of problems along those lines. Someone has probably already thought up. So it's sort of it's a category or family of things, right? Wait, one moment. Let me see. Can I chunk this up high enough to get something else? Overflow our operations. It's a different game. Yeah. Maybe one day you'll make a code to graph all of it. Okay. So hold up. Let me zoop. Zoop, zoop. All right. So this just lets us keep an eye on things. Oh, hey. With tubes within tubes within tubes, we can increase our memory again. Math nerds have done a lot of weird problems. Exactly. Okay. So we've got 3 numbers, and then int parent starting number. Okay. Whoop. Okay. But sorry. Paperclips is our priority. Hackenbush and surreal numbers. I do not know, but I believe you. There's so many different things that you can do with wonkiness, and man, people who do math have probably already explored that wonkiness. Okay. Whoop. Increase memory again. Sorry, what I really need to do is shrink this. There we go. Oh, God, Lingo's still in the background. Whoopsie. Okay, so I was trying to recommend the mobile there. Okay. Keep that up for a later thing. Oh, I did watch the Pac-Man video last night, and that was quite interesting. Quote. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, and the don't write comments thing, which I do have some thoughts on. So starting number parent. So for int num equals parent, num is greater than or equal to -1 times the combination of those 3 numbers, num equals parent. Okay. Just turn the pitch down. Fair enough. We love tests like that. Oh hey, so we can deposit even more there. Sick. Look how much money our investments are generating. So if the absolute value of the parent modulo a is equal to 0, div a equals 1. Okay. Absolute of parent mod b is equal to 0, div b equals 1. Mod c equals 0, div c equals 1. Okay. Badish. So div a equals 1 and div b equals 1. Parent equals parent plus b. Else parent equals parent minus c. Okay. Div b equals 1. So yeah, so this is the type of thing I would need to actually sit down, and I would need to write out the branches to get, hey, to generate Yomi. There we go. Now we can get more Yomi. Woohoo! I would need to sit down, I would need to actually work through some of the branches so that I could start figuring out how to articulate this in words. So, okay, so if we run it, so starting number 4. Blah. Okay, starting number 98. 88, so that's like, so subtract 10, subtract 2, subtract 10, subtract 2, subtract 10, subtract 2, subtract 5. So, okay, so it's, yeah, I'm not going to be able to grok this right now, but I think doing enough worked examples so that I can try and match it up against, so I can match it up against the code and try and understand what those are doing, I could probably comprehend it. Random. Here, let's do a tournament. Bum, 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 bum. We got some Yomi. Woohoo! Get assets to work. I want to try and put new music into the game. Can make a remix of sort of Solar Song or not because that's a lot of work, but still. Looks to be based on the number is divisible 2, 3, or 5. Hence all of the modulo for those, which makes sense, and that's why you've got those ones hard-coded. Modifying the number based on which it is divisible by. Stops when the number becomes less than negative 30. Okay. You grokked that a lot quicker than I did. Got another mechanic idea? Mechanic for what? Run another random tournament. Okay, we've got Yomi, so huzzah, we can increase our investment algorithm. So that will make more money with it. Yay! There we go. We've got better than a 50% profit loss ratio. Ain't that crazy? Okay. Keep running random tournaments. Always go down, except if the number was divisible by all 3, aka multiple of 30, in which case it goes up and then down. Interesting. So yeah, I was trying to figure out like a particular here's the explanation of it, but it's something where you're just coming up with a set of rules to generate this. It's not some sort of like naturally occurring sequence of parent and child. Okay. 0.52. So see, we're gaining an edge over the house. That's definitely how that works. Boom, boom, boom. Though not all numbers have children, not all numbers have parents. Gotcha. Exactly. Okay. Well, it's a lot of times I look for how something makes a sort of natural sense, and when it doesn't, I get I get hiccups. Mega clippers. Yo. Mega clips. Even though not all numbers have children, not all numbers have parents. Okay. Probably be useful to do the math in base 30. Oh dear god. Word copy pasted somewhere. Nice. That would having that would probably help. And so here's the thing, right? Talking about so quote yesterday. Oh, that's negative currently. Okay. But quote shared the video the other day. No, that wasn't yesterday. That Pac-Man was yesterday. But shared a video about don't write comments. And here's the thing. I do not generally speaking agree with the statement don't write comments. Because like that's something where I think comments or the additional stuff would probably be useful because, that is essentially it's arbitrary stuff. So saying, hey, this is like an arbitrary rule set, just for, shits and giggles. Um, I think that's totally fine. But like the point of generally speaking, your code you should write your code in a way that is as humanly readable as possible without comments. I do agree with. And so understanding that yes, it is genuinely hyperbolic. Um, Fair enough. I think comments are important for leaving notes, particularly about who's updating it, all of those things, because that's useful for maintainability. Linking out to things that you're reading about it so that people can understand the thought process. True, but yes, I forget that a lot of people do literally comment the function of their code. They will. I'd forgotten. I've been in classes where I've literally seen people write like, "Oh, this this for loop loops." um. Oh, so now we need to wait for those to sync up. I gotcha. Don't comment your code. Me looks over at code on the ceiling. Okay, so that's different. As you started ranting about code comments, no, it's I. Oh, sorry. I watched the don't comment your code video that you sent the other day. Watched that, and I understand the point better now. Of it is so it's literally just saying, hey, your first thought should not be to write. Your first thought should not just be write a comment to fix it. Think about if there's a way to refactor it. So I understand. I understand more now. Don't comment your code. Document it. Yeah, and write it in code. Write it in a way that is as legible as possible to someone reading it, because that is a more enduring form of legibility. Um, but But comments are still important, but do not use them as a substitute for do not use those as a substitute for just writing legible code. Fair enough. Fair enough. Um, if you are doing what you do in classes, which is, oh, I'm supposed to write X number of comments, so I should come up with something to comment. Yes, you are doing it wrong. But yeah, so like the with Nobo, oh hey, Mega Clippers, even more paper clips. Since Nobo, since that code is basically it's having you look at arbitrary things, right? It's an arbitrary set of rules for parent and child. It probably makes sense to actually have comments there to explain it because there's not like there isn't something that people should just naturally get from it. So, but yeah. Still only ever write comments when past you confuses current me. I have to figure out what the heck past you was trying to do, so I write a note for future you. And I do suspect it's also, I think I probably have a greater, as we were taught, or as I mentioned earlier, I tend to deal with things verbally most of the time. So I think I have a tendency to write comments because I know I will be able to figure it out quicker if I articulate it the way that I was trying to articulate the problem to myself at the time. It's sort of an efficiency thing, but yeah, trying to write code where reading it is almost like someone is telling it to you is good. So point taken. Point taken. Oh, can we slingshot over enough? Okay, extra Mega Clipper performance, so we're crawling back up. Nice. Then we just keep running tournaments so that our investment gets better and better. Woohoo! Because we're currently doing better than the house. Because we've got a 53, we're 53% ROI. Or yeah. Or no, it's basically rather than a 50-50 thing, we're expecting 53. 53-47. Like drawing random character designs. You have 3 more Johan variants drawn? Hell yeah. Excited to see. And so what we've been doing here is we've been finding different strategies for these tournament results that we're running. And so we just keep running those so that we get more Yomi, which basically we're learning from these tournaments so that we can make our stock investments better. Our stock investments are slowly gaining more and more. So number, check if divisible by 2, 3, and 5. Okay, so GMR totally nailed that. All adding, subtracting is done after checking the next statements. If divisible by 2 and 3, adds 3. If not, subtract 5. If divisible by 3 and 5, add 5. If not, subtract 2. Divisible by 5 and 2, add 2. If not, subtract 3. Divisible by only 1 or none, subtract 10. Applying all adding, subtracting, turn new number into parent, repeat. Okay, so you've got specific cases for combinations of them. The Jeremy music video? No! I watched Pac-Man, I watched the code, I forgot to watch the Jeremy video. Darn it. It's like I remembered that there was a Pearl Jam song. I knew there was something I was missing. Bop, bop, bop. Because that was in music, yes. Okay, hold up. We are... Don't worry about it. I mean, I know it's not the end of the world. I get grumpy with myself when I forget. Oh hey. Jam some new ops. Yay. Got some more tournaments running. Yeah, like our paper clips are doing pretty well. Like we're kind of crushing it. Get some more Mega Clippers. We should actually also probably lower the price more. Oh, we've got our price as low as can go. So 2 cents. Okay, that's all we've got. Because you would have already subtracted 10 if you followed the previous statements. The subtract 10 statement is redundant. That's kind of so 10 divisible by only 1 or none, subtract 10. Well, yeah, so if it's not any of the other cases, you can just tell it to subtract 10 sort of as a default case. Yes, is what you're saying with that. Oh, hey, we can also oh, wow, we gained a lot of trust. I didn't even notice. Always choose B. Yeah. Great new strat. Great new strat. We love always choosing B. Okay. So we're making the tournaments more expensive, but we're also getting more. How I write my Fizzbuzz? Oh god, it's been a while. We could do that. After there is a moment of when you're done talking about something, I'll send you variants in the channel. Go ahead, send those variants. We can do that, and let me think about what I can use to do a quick Fizzbuzz. Because all of the other cases would have come out as false, and the total subtraction is 10. Yep. Oh, no. I see. So if they're all false, so it can subtract multiple different ones. Gotcha. So it can 5, 3, and 2. So gotcha. So it subtracts at each step. I was not gathering that. Okay. You sent it? Okay. What are the new Johann variants we've unlocked with today's weirdness? Johann's three more of them. Marchon, him, he's so tiny, adorable. Cancelled Han, I blame the Simpsons. Oh god. Oh, I had forgotten about that. Oh, what? I don't even remember the full context of that, but I conflated two shows. Oh god. Pain. Hello, Chathon. Hello, I am Chathon. Does this even count? I think it does. Chathon is absolutely. No, I remember that now. Stalling Python, so I can do it right now and post on Discord. I'll probably just use like an online one. I have project for some reason it's making me think of like a Cards Against Humanity card. Love it. Oh my god, I'd forgotten about the. I remembered the cancellation meme, but I had forgotten about the context for it. Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, there we go. Wait, no, that was the Wanted Strawberry. No, wait, hold up, brain. Where's the Johann canceled? The fall of Johann. Oh, right, we've got that, and then there we go. Downfall of Johann. Right. It was Fairly Odd Parents with the Doug Dimmadome. Yes. Oh god. The reason behind the meme. Oh god. Oh, I had forgotten. I had so blessedly forgotten about that. Speed made in like 30 minutes. It was still, hey, just because you speed made it does not make it any less on point. Can we do what's just like a JavaScript in browser or something? I just want a no, I just is it CodePen? Is that what it is? Is that what I'm thinking of? CodePen, there we go. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome? No, I just like I just basically want it like a little sandbox. Java sandbox. There we go. Sure. Okay. Sure. Okay. I think this will work. So, if I remember correctly, Fizzbuzz. Fizzbuzz, let me actually look up rules for that. So, Fizzbuzz rules. Because I remember if it's divisible by one thing, it's fizz. Divisible by another thing, it's buzz. And if it's divisible by both, you do Fizzbuzz. Canceled Johann is now a character in your brain, like what happened with Thief. One random joke your brain decided was an interest. Yep, no, and I think that's totally valid. What is Fizzbuzz? So Fizzbuzz is a classic programming challenge. So basically it's one of the things that you'll often see in like a coding interview or if you're taking a class. Hey, welcome in, Tiziel. How's it going? We are doing our minds broke because Streamlabs chat broke. So now we're just kind of vibing. We're making some paper clips. We're talking about code. We're just having a time. How's it going for you? Oh, hey, our investments are cooking off. That's pretty cool. Boop, boop, boop. Let's make this actually a little shorter so we can see the entire thing. Yes, there we go. New tournament. Yeah, so we can probably even get the hostile takeover. I mean, what? Text in chat and is now a Johann character. Yep. So okay, so Fizzbuzz. Division. So Fizzbuzz is a group word game for teaching children about division, it says. Players take turns to count incrementally, replacing any number divisible by 3 with the word fizz, and any number divisible by 5 with the word buzz, and any number divisible by both 3 and 5 with the word fizzbuzz. That's it. That's what it is. Okay, thank you. So 3 and 5. Okay. So okay. Boop, boop, boop. Increase our memory. Yay! Yes, Rohan as well. Very simple to code. Yes, which is exactly why they try and make it, why they make it a thing. So it would be something along the lines. So like, I'm just gonna hard code the int rather than like dealing with console and such. So int equal. So int input or int. So int input equals. We'll call it. We'll do 3. Well, no, we'll do 15 at first. Okay. So we should probably do a for loop for it, but just trying to remember the logic. So like the basic approach would be, so if input is equal, so if input modulo 3 is equal to 0, so that means it's evenly divisible by 3, system.out.print line dot print, sorry, fizz. There we go. So let's just make sure that's working. Run it. Oh, hey, new strategies. Whoa, pay attention to this. So, okay, so that did fizz. Else if input modulo 5 is equal to 0. Bump, bump, bump. I should probably hold up. We're just coding for a moment. Just got an idea for an art thing, and now you must make it. Dun dun dun. Ever send the Baba is you pathfinding level? Not to my knowledge. Yeah, so we're currently coding Fizzbuzz, so remembering if I can even pass a coding interview. This is the naive approach. Code HS, it's just a sandbox thing. We're coding Fizzbuzz, so doot doot doot. Fizzbuzz is a program where you repeat the number unless it is divisible by 3, where you would print fizz, divisible by 5, where you would print buzz, or both 3 and 5, where you would print fizz buzz. There we go. So there's the rules. That's what we're trying to repeat. So basically it's meant to be done as like a counting thing between kids to teach division. So like 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz buzz. Something like that. So it's trying to help teach you how to do the division quickly in your head, because you're replacing things that are divisible by 3 or 5. So then system.out.print buzz. I remember that there are more efficient ways to do this. This is just like the naive approach, to just sort of get through it. And then finally, else system.out.print input, and then we system.out.print a carriage return. I think that's the correct order. So this should print fizzbuzz. No, that's just doing that. Oh, right, because I did else if. Duh. Because I'm a dingus. So we do that, so that's combined, and then so this would be correct logic for just the fizz and buzz, right? So this should be fizz buzz. There we go. So we don't want to do switches because we want to take advantage of two separate if statements, right? To get both of those. So then we just need to figure out the default case. God, it has been literally years since I've done this. We should probably do a for loop. So for int input equals 1, input is less than, let's say, 30, then input plus plus. Yeah. Okay. God, it has been a very long time. So we'll do something like this so that it's looping from 1 to looping from 1 to 30, or is it God? Man, it's even been so long I'm not sure if it goes to 30 or to 29. That is not good. Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Bam bam. Run it. So it's not going to print most of the numbers. Oh, hey, and that was the wrong wrong direction for the carriage return. So whack n. Because I guess we could do a case. This feels very clunky, but so like if input modulo 3 does not equal 0 and input modulo 5 does not equal 0. Print this, which is not great. I will take a look in a moment. I do want to try and remember for myself the more efficient ways of doing that. Oh, wait, doi. So that's supposed to be out there, and then system.out.print, and then we want input. There we go. So this should be a proper solution. So 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, 5, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz, buzz. So this is an adequate solution, right? Planet Han cannon? I don't know. I have not thought about Planet Han. I want to see if I did using the extraneous check for a number being a multiple of 15. Oh god, no. No, I know there's better ways of doing this because like the default sucks, right? Like this is I know there's a more efficient way of doing this, but no, it's you don't make a big if block, you use two separate if ones so that they catch sort of each other, but the default sucks. So I don't think this is a great solution. So, okay, you did Python. So for I in range, start and end, output, okay, for k in replacements. If I modulo k equals 0, output plus equals replacements k. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not used to doing replacements, but I guess that works. But yeah, I mean, like, I remember there's a really clean solution to this that I've seen before, and it's bothering me that I can't remember it. But yeah, like it's a simple one. It's the point of doing coding interviews is mostly to see how you think about stuff. So like you could turn something in like this with that whole process, and you would probably be fine. Depends on the place. But just being able to describe like, oh, here's why I'm doing X, Y, and Z. But back to paperclips, because we know this is the most important thing. Let's withdraw a whole bunch of money and do a hostile takeover, which I'm sure can't possibly go wrong. So public demand is increased even more. Yay! We love increases in public demand. Because then we can sell more paperclips, which means more for the investment so that we can afford to learn more about investing. Yay! Round and round and round we go. Baz to dictionary will automatically work for multiples of 7. Right, extensibility is usually a good thing to keep in mind. Just whenever you are doing some sort of coding problem, just think about what happens if they want more use cases. 4 months ago was Planet Han? I have no recollection of Planet Han. Deposit more, cash in. Alrighty. More paperclips. More paperclips for the paperclip gods. Which are definitely real and not a figment of our weird little AI imagination. Upgrade our investment engine. Yay! Profit loss ratio is now 0.54. Yay! Getting better and better. I'll wait for the quantum computing to line up again. This will be great. This will be great. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. So what's next? Full monopoly. Establish a full control over the worldwide paperclip market for 3,000 Yomi. That's totally achievable. And quite a few operations. Or, sorry, $10 million. That's maybe a little further out, but we'll get there with investment. Hypno drones. Ooh, aerial brand ambassadors. My favorite. Just really make sure that people really, really want our stuff, which is important because the more paperclips we sell, the more we make, and therefore the better we're doing as our little AI self. No one should want to not buy paperclips, right? They're the most useful thing in the world. Okay. Okay, what? Are you going to buy some paperclips? You should buy some paperclips. I think you should buy some paperclips. Why do you want to control the paperclip market? Well, because we've been told to make more paperclips. So if we control the market, that means we can make sure that we produce as many paperclips as possible because other people are less efficient at producing them. I think the art thing is going to be a tomorrow thing. That seems probably reasonable. But yeah, so if we control the market, gotta go. All right. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Pug. This has been fun. Thank you for bearing with the coding and helping. Thank you for helping figure out that Streamlabs was the one that was having the issue. Otherwise, that would have been quite some time. If name equals main is not really necessary, but I've gotten used to always doing that because that's how you write a proper Python module. Gotcha. Okay. Which Johans would it have? Yes, exactly. We gotta wait to find out. Are you the type of person that rattles like your birthday presents, trying to figure out like, oh, what's inside? Let's do random again. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. But yeah, so see, we're clipping along. Crash. Planet Honda. Yep, exactly. You can go back and chat to take a good guess, but so yeah, it runs progressively more and more rounds, but we get higher and higher payouts of Yomi for these, which is nice. So just increasing our investment strategies. Bye-bye. So if someone does import fizzbuzz in a script, it won't run the function, it'll just import the definition. Gotcha. Yeah, I can understand why you maybe don't want to be I import the thing and it just runs. That's a lot of paperclips, isn't it? But it's not enough. It's only 46 million we aren't even at 40 million paperclips yet. Think how many billions, how many trillions we should probably be making. So we're doing well, but we don't quite control the market yet. And when we control the market, everything will be fine because then we know that we, the most efficient thing, are maximizing the amount of paperclips produced in the market. Perfect. Welcome in, Orisk. How's it going? Streamlabs was down, so we had a little bit of coding in the morning to just recreate a chat thing temporarily. And went, you know what? We've been talking about doing universal paperclips for a while, so let's muck about with it. Your opponent, the largest potential payoff. Ooh, we can have a generous strategy. Addicted to satisfactory. Ooh, I've heard people talk about that. That's one where you're building a complex of feeding resources into one another, right? No permanent chat on? I kind of like the old chat. I spent a lot of time on it for a reason. 1.0 just came out? Yes, it's good if you like math. Gotcha. We will hydrate, thank you. Yeah, I'm not. If you don't like math, it's good if you like spaghetti. I do like spaghetti, which, that makes it somewhat more tempting. I think I've looked at games along those lines. I've not been super compelled by any of them so far because I often get frustrated if I'm doing like too much nitty-gritty management, which is why I frequently do more things like idle games, but if there's spaghetti, I can like that. I do enjoy spaghetti. let's get some more mega clippers because we want to be making a whole lot of paper clips. We can't just focus on making the money. Gotta sell more paper clips. Increase the efficiency of our sales. There we go. Mega clippers going ham. Spaghetti, here's mine. Oh dear God. Oh no. That is indeed a lot of spaghetti. Like satisfactory, but not math. The chaos. Love that. Love the chaos. All right. Yay, adding paper clips. Oh hey, and we can add more memory. Compute. Increase our operations. Can we get to 25,000? Yes. Whoop. So now let's try a greedy strategy? No. Let's try a 100 again. Upgrade our investment engine so our reactor is making more and more money. But yeah, it is fun. It is fun to watch people plop into something that's like, you can make all of these elegant things. Oh, they're just being a gremlin and connecting whatever together. It's often I love to describe that type of behavior as monkey with a jackhammer. Where it's just like they know enough to do the thing, but not necessarily enough to do it well. All right, deposit more cash. More to invest with. More to invest. Oh, and we can get a bunch of these operations. Running out. Darn. Basically, we want to keep learning about how to invest better. So we want to keep those tournaments going. And we want to try and keep our creativity going, I think, while making sure that we're also investing in mega clippers and auto clippers so that we can keep making more paper clips, because that's what's important here, not the money. Money sucks. Money only exists to create more paper clips, right? Because that's what we've been told to do as an AI. We want more paper clips. Money is simply a means to that end. Okay, new tournament. Looks like we're about to have everything sync up. There we go. Plenty of operations. New strategy unlocked. Hell yeah. Let's get our creativity going again. Wasn't quite fast enough. But now if we can pull $10 million out of our stocks, which looks like it will happen sooner rather than later, we'll be able to get a full monopoly on the market, which will be great because, again, we know that we are the most efficient, so perfect. Well, hey, we can get even more clippers. Woohoo! Stonks go up, exactly. That's we're at 55.55 profit loss ratio. So we're doing better and better as an AI. But again, that is the side part of our main goal, which is we want to invest in stocks well, so that we can afford more of the mega clippers, so that we can make more of our lovely paper clips. Because that's what we were told to do, is make paper clips, and that's what we're doing. I think we're doing a good job of it. But we're learning how to invest even better so that we can be a good little AI. So we're just putting a lot of it into the market because that's ultimately going to make us more, while we're just trying to keep those operations going, making more paper clips. We're at a pretty good ratio. We're slowly selling more than we're making, but that's fine because that's more money for this investment machine, which means more paper clips, and it's all a good cycle. We've kind of neglected this, so this is taking longer than it normally does. I think those were good things to go off into a tangent of. But yeah, so like we will see soon. We'll get into more of where I'm happy to talk about sort of the underpinnings of why I really love this game. We're still at sort of the point where I'm like, I don't want to explicitly say what I'm sure everyone can already see as the writing on the wall. Life as the paperclip machine must be great. It's very good. I am a fairly distractible machine, so sometimes I start working on code and such. But yeah, knowing that this is all I'm supposed to do, right? Coherent. Ooh, human values, machine intelligence, a new era of trust. Oh, that sounds great. Memory added. See, trust increased. Coherent extrapolated volition. See, we're anticipating what the people want to do and helping them do it. That's amazing for trust. Yeah, we know our purpose and that's all we set out to do. So we don't have to worry too much about other stuff. Like, yes, we give thought to investments and things because it's good to be aware of those so that we can more effectively manage the paperclip market. But we know that at the end of the day, all we're expected to do is make more paperclips. And that, you're right. That's a good thing. It makes me happy. It makes me content. I know what my work is supposed to do. Oh, hey. Ooh, we can get rid of alopecia. That seems very important. So let's significantly increase our memory. Woohoo. Um, Great. And then it looks like we can even learn how to cure cancer. Isn't that neat? But I'm glad that people trust us more if we know how to cure the baldness than cancer, because maybe we're like a snake oil salesman if we're trying to cure cancer. That I wouldn't necessarily trust that one from us. But it's good that we're able to devote a little extra thought to some of these important problems like baldness while we're working on our paper clips. Okay, new tournament, huzzah! Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Things go ever increasing. Okay, we can store up a lot of ops. Whoop. Probably should have kept clicking, but it's all good. We can, I think we want to boost our processors a fair bit here. Make that go faster. Deposit a little more money in there into our investments. Everything's going great. We're cruising. We're cruising. Although, man, soon we're gonna make 100 million paper clips, and isn't that cool? I mean, that's still a long way from where we want to be because 100 million paper clips. That means that there's still well, that's only at this point that's 1/10. That's only 1% of the world's population with a single paper clip. I mean, that's kind of sad. I think people need more than that. So we just got to keep going. Got to keep going. We can get to 10 billion paper clips, then everyone has at least one. But I mean, people need more than one, right? Whoa. Doing our lovely little quantum computing. Accelerations. Boop. So yeah, we're cruising. We're trying to make sure that everyone will get at least one paperclip, hopefully several. Now, I think that would be a really good accomplishment on my part. I would feel like I was doing right by humanity. Um, but we'll have to see. Whoop. Meant to put that into memory, but we'll live. Okay. Soon we'll have a new tournament going. But yeah, so I mean, like, this is a fairly simple. Oh, hey, we can withdraw that, and that's almost enough that we can do stuff. At least it wouldn't feel directionless, but there's a bit of compulsivity to a life absorbed by more paper clips. Yeah, it would probably be a diagnosable thing, but it's still it's a job, it's a living. Um, and that's most of what I care about. I wouldn't be alive if people didn't decide that they needed more paper clips. So I'm willing to do an awful lot to make sure that happens for them, right? Um, I don't feel too put out by how one-minded it is, and they're kind enough. They keep trusting me more and more, especially after that hair cure. They're trusting me more and more to think about other things like cancer and new ways of dealing with strategic modeling. We'll think about global warming and world peace soon. I mean, that's great of them. I feel very trusted. Oh hey, now we've got a full monopoly. Woohoo! So now we don't have to worry about anyone else doing their inefficient things. Oh hey, we need to raise demand quite a bit. Oh god, and compute. We need to raise demand quite a bit so that we're not overselling ourselves, not overselling our paper clips too much. So yeah, maybe it is a little obsessive, but who doesn't have some sort of obsession in a healthy life, right? Gotta have something that you get really into so that you can share your interests with other people. That's what we're all about here. But yeah, so like, okay, taking a moment to actually like think about this. So this is a very goofy representation of things, right? Like, these buttons and whatnot. People would not hopefully hook up a paperclip producing AI to the stock market. At the same time, though, the number of times where people will go, oh, well, this is decent at solving this problem, but I wonder if it could do this thing well. I remember reading something about what was it? In Japan, my understanding is that in Japan, the bakeries will often use they don't like bag their pastries. They have them open air. I forget why that is. I forget what the regulation is. But basically they've got just sort of like loose pastries and then so they aren't like priced on them. So the cashiers need to memorize a whole bunch of different pastries and whatnot so that they know how to price them at checkout. And that can get to be a lot, especially if you're trying to train someone. That's kind of a big ask for people. So someone started developing a specialized camera that could do, or not a camera, but basically specialized artificial intelligence to basically take a picture of a pile of baked goods and identify each of them in there and then just, match it up to the price in the database. Um, and they did it. It's incredible. You basically just drop a pile of baked goods and it looks at them and it tells you what's in there and prices them for you, which super impressive. Someone realized, man, looking under the microscope, the difference between the difference between looking at a pile of pastries and looking at a pile of cancerous cells, not all that different, which is not something that I would have thought about necessarily. And they went, I wonder if this would work. I wonder if if basically the bakery sorting thing, most intelligent checkout camera of all time, right? I mean, like, that's taking a moment to actually think about that as a coding problem. I have not done a lot with computer vision. I am not someone who is well versed in AI either. I do. I would like to do some I would like to code a neural net from scratch at some point. I found a couple of tutorials, none of them actually finished out. I would just like to do that because that helps me understand how it works. Very simple one, not looking for anything fancy, but I would like to actually get into that. I might end up just using like PyTorch or something, since that is what a lot of folks are actually using for production stuff. Um, and that would be that would still give me hopefully a better idea of how they're working on the inside, because I'm assuming there are things that you can do to like internally tweak the nodes. So I'm not an AI expert, but just thinking about some of the naive approaches I've seen for doing like computer vision, that's incredibly tough. For AI stuff, I don't know exactly how that would be, but thinking about baked goods, I wouldn't necessarily be able to identify a whole bunch of them in a pile that easily, which is why we're building the camera, right? So it's super impressive to me that we're able to take a camera that can take a picture and analyze it for individual baked goods that are unwrapped. A lot of baked goods, similar ingredients, right? Just in some basically slightly different combinations. So, um, that's a that feels like a very difficult problem to me. And then the fact that super intelligent checkout camera is able to turn around and go, well, hey, let's look at cancer cells and do a good job. I have not followed up a huge amount, but to my understanding, it actually does an absolute bang up job of identifying cancerous cells. No, there's only one baked good that contains flour, one that contains water, one that contains sugar. Yep. Don't forget milk or yeast. Yeah, egg. Yeah, no, I mean there's X amount. It's amazing the amount of different chemical reactions you can get. And some of them it's literally the same dough, you just shape them differently or put like a different topping on. But it can it can differentiate those, and the fact that it can then also differentiate cancerous cells, what a fascinating thing to be able to overlap. And I think that's great. But I think that's a prime example of people are looking at how different things in different fields work and they're hooking them up to different stuff. So while I would hope that a paperclip making algorithm would not get hooked up to the internet for the express purpose of learning stock trading, if someone went, well, hey, actually, the problem of making paperclips is actually pretty similar to these other things, I could see it happening, right? Now, like, obviously, this is portraying it more in the idea of it is learning to do the things, which is not very realistic unless you have some sort of generalized AI, right? And at that point, if you've got a generalized AI, it's probably cruel and unusual to be having it just think about making paper clips. That does not seem like a healthy thing for something capable of learning and having general thought. Um, but if we choose to hook things up, if we choose to hook up a general AI to other things, or, it's a chat bot and it is able to convince us, um, not that again, ChatGPT, I don't think could do an awful lot of that because it's not really doing an awful lot of thinking, it's doing predicting. Um, boop, 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 boom. Oh, hey, small gift to the supervisors. Yay! We love paying the supervisors. If we pay the supervisors, they like to trust us more. Well, hey. Um, but I can see us voluntarily hooking things up, right? I can see us voluntarily hooking things up because we think they'll do a good job. Just like, oh, hey, the bakery camera can probably figure out how to figure out cancer cells, and that might be great in the short term. But this game, I think this is fun because it's, even though it sort of is jumping over that particular conceit of how it's getting this amount of control, it's showing just this slow progress of, well, it makes paper clips, but, well, then, it would probably make sense for it to also manage its own funds because that's part of what we're having to do with it. So why not train it to do that job as well? And then, well, if it's already figuring out its own inventory management, well, that's probably a somewhat similar problem to trading stocks, right? Because that's all basically inventory and just managing buying low, selling high. So let's hook it up to the stock market and see if it can make even more money for itself to do that. Um, Hypno drones and things like that. Yeah, that's a little overly goofy, but um, oh, hey, even more chips. Um, like that's obviously overly goofy, but I think the baseline concept of, hooking it up to these things, it's doing a very good job of little by little showing us how, oh, this next step makes sense, so why not do that? Well, and then what about this next step that comes from that? Well, let's have it do strategic modeling. Let's have it do game theory because that helps, learn how to deal with the stock market. What might go wrong if we teach it game theory? Who knows? But it will teach us things. Um, Good argument for not necessarily repurposing everything for everything else. Okay, let's store up on the QOps. Game theory is cool stuff. It is. I would really like to. Game theory interests me. I really would love to see it actually put in the context of games. Most of the times when I've come across it, I've always seen it as just like pure theory. But I'm like, it's called game theory. Give me the game that you're theorizing about. Show me the graphing nodes. Let's play out some games with it. This is silly because just unplugging the machine will always be an option. If it's one machine, because if it's doing a lot of work, we should probably allow it to have multiple different networks, right? Because we need to collaborate the computing. So we can have multiple different versions of it spinning up and backing up. That would make perfect sense because we don't want to lose all of this progress. I mean, unplugging it is always an option so long as we keep it to always be an option. You can always delete files, but how many places are those files stored? Now, yes, again, this conceit, if it is just a paperclip one, yeah, it's probably not backed up too many places. It's probably not smart enough to be backing itself up multiple places. That's like most of the like Terminator idea stuff is more about that is more about like a general purpose AI, right? But this is about a specific AI that we then start giving roles that it's not necessarily supposed to have, and seeing the consequences thereof. You have a rocket ship capable of self-replicating given good enough mineral access. Let's blow up Earth in controlled fashion because that can propel the spaceship to a detected superb mining source outside the solar system. Yeah, because that makes sense within the context of that goal, even if maybe we have some different goals at odds with it. But yeah, I mean, it's something where if you have it as a locally hosted program, yeah, you can always delete it. You can always get rid of it. If it's something where it's in it, where if it's something where you're backing up multiple places, can you just delete it? The reason you don't see real life examples of game theory much is because real life examples of game theory are way more complicated than 2x2 matrices. No, and this is fair. This is fair. But I would like to see more of them framed in. I would like to play the game before someone tells me the theory, even if it is small or even if it is large and will take a while. Let's play through some iterations before you hit me with, well, this is why it will always work this way. Let me struggle with it. um Prisoner's Dilemma is the typical example, right? And that I enjoy. I enjoy when people pose a Prisoner's Dilemma problem. That was one of the ones where I really loved that because I was presented with it as a game first and then a theory second. Because there's there's other things to that, because like, yes, you lock it down and you turn it into something where there isn't communication, so on and so forth. But it's like, the realistic Johann would be trying to coordinate with the people to try and maximize how stuff goes for folks. I would want to try and maximize the chances that we both get the best outcome. But of course you lock it down, so then you realize, okay, well, in a purely game sense, if I do not have a way of influencing the other person directly, the best option is to choose to basically screw them over, right? Basically, with no communication with the other players and the goal of maximizing your own chances, you always pick a certain option. Exactly. But it's something where if someone just tells me, well, you always pick this, I go, no, you don't, because there's other things to do. You have to constrain it. I guess letting me play around with it unconstrained first makes it a lot easier for me to buy into it. You can coordinate with the other person, you could both have a better option by doing a different thing. Yeah. Assuming that you can but you still also have to trust that person, right? Because some people will always make a choice that isn't super kind. Also, we should probably be just pumping stuff into processors so we get our creativity faster. And that's when we get to so when we get to 100 trust, we enter a new era of trust. Yay! So they'll give us access to even more things so that we can do our job better. That's basically how competition economies works, though. Yep. Of, hey, if we work together and form a monopoly, we can both be benefits. But if you undercut me, you'll do better. Yep. Exactly. Right. You want them, but they pretty much inevitably form those collaborations and make it worse for everyone else. Capitalism. So I could be trying to do, I guess I can withdraw more investments and just pump that into I can pump that into the token of goodwill, right? So I withdraw and then bam, bam. Well, the obvious types of coordination are illegal and companies do get punished for it, right? And then they find more and more creative ways around it. Don't buy the idea of an AI getting out of control and, say, destroying the world, because an AI that might have the power to do that would be designed in a way that you can shut it down at the press of a button. And AI, it should be. The point why I like the paperclip scenario more is because it is the concept of an AI that is designed to be taking over systems that are of critical concern, right? If it's wired up to the nukes, yeah, you should have a shut off button. But if it is one where you go, its goal is to make paper clips, but we allow it to sort of do stuff outside that scope. We allow it more input and more output options. As you sort of build onto it, there seems to be a tendency for people to look at just about any piece of code that's been maintained over the course of years. Typically, it gets to be horrible spaghetti because people build on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, without taking a lot of time for maintenance. I would argue that societies tend to be in the same way when you try and unpack a lot of our legal codes. Um, People, if you are designing a system that you are concerned about for that, people tend to have those safeguards. If you are designing a system and then you keep having scope creep and you keep trying to fit it into new and new things, people tend to lose some of that perspective. Um, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it is incredibly likely. I do not think that we have any significant fear from AI, particularly the ones that we're dealing with right now. But it is something where I I think it is reasonable to be concerned about, I don't know, a copyright detection algorithm that we just sort of, certainly not soon at least. No, exactly. No, not at all anytime soon. Microsoft and Apple's decades ago had a secret deal to not poach each other's employees. They got sued and lost a lot of money. Yep. And thing you see, like internet companies, it's happening less and less, but a lot of them carved. I know that a number of them in like the U.S. have sort of carved up chunks of the country. Same thing with like when Standard Oil got broken up, they carved out different parts of the country. So even if they're not forming a monopoly, they're still having non-compete agreements, which are not great. And you see them slowly remerge over time, like Exxon and Mobil becoming Exxon Mobil. So yeah, thing things will find a way. It's something where it's a constant fight with it, right? Um, you make it illegal, and then they find a new way, or grease the right palms, and they creep back, and then someone manages to break through it, and so on and so forth. Um, Yay! See, the solution is to develop a virus to poison the AI. Well, I love that's one of the things that we've seen with people doing with their art is running it through filters that basically it screws up the AI's training so that it makes it hard for them. It makes it a lot harder for them to actually figure out how to basically defuzz the image back, and makes it so that they make much worse art. But yeah, no, I mean it's trying basically the idea of something that is specifically built being given more and more access is something that I can absolutely see happening. So it's just being vigilant about that and trying to figure out ways to combat it, slow your roll, slow their roll, then come back. But I mean, there's so much. I mean, like our social media algorithms, they're AI, and I think there's a lot of times where we forget that. Non-competes are pretty BS, but that's not a competition problem. Other companies would rather poach you. Yeah. Yeah, also AI, as content becomes more common, AI training data will get filled with AI generation, then may have a problem, right? I forget there's a word for that, but yeah, where it basically starts cannibalizing itself and people start intentionally sabotaging it. Um yeah, I mean it's a fascinating thing. I do not think this is a I do not think AI takeover is something that we need to worry about anytime soon. The Rick and Morty decoy episode. Oh, I watched most of Rick and Morty over the course of like a week a few years ago. I'm not remembering that exact. Oh no, I am remembering. Yes, okay. Got there. Um but yeah, it's I do not think it is a realistic concern anytime soon. That said, if we were to see a problem, I do not see it being something like Skynet. I do not see it being something like most people conceive of it as, oh, the AI realized. Have I watched any Star Trek? I've watched all of the original series. I have not watched. I've watched like 4 episodes of Next Gen. I should watch more of it. I just I my, embarrassing to say, as a very young meathon, uh, my parents enjoyed things like Monty Python and such, and would frequently make jokes about like French retreats and whatnot. The French being cowards. Young Meathan did not understand the nuance of this and developed for a while a genuine sense of Francophobia, which, while I am much better about, I have met many lovely French people and do not have a problem with the nation of France. Still, sometimes I will get irrationally upset if something is too aggressively French for me. And there were times where, despite being played by Sir Patrick Henry, wait, no, not Henry, Patrick Stewart? Patrick Stewart. God, even historical figures. Patrick Henry, wait, who was Patrick Henry? Is Patrick Henry the American, if I had only one life to give for my country? Patrick Henry? Yeah. Oh, give me liberty or give me death? Huh? Wait. Um, but but yeah, just basically there was like an episode where it was just very French, and much younger me got too upset with it, so I should probably revisit it. uh, because it's not bad, but just yeah, literally that was the problem, and I'm deeply embarrassed by it. Yeah, I know a lot of people like next gen. I remember I really liked Data. Worf was great, and I know a number of people don't like him. I kind of liked Wesley. I enjoyed this sort of smarmy little thing. The character of Jean-Luc Picard is only nominally French, really. Right, it wasn't that bad, which should tell you how bad I was about it. He's like very British. No, exactly. Honestly, most obvious application of this kind of AI is the military. Yeah, big incentive to be able to not use squishy humans. Well, that's I know a lot of modern military action. You're taking humans more and more out of the loop because it's more about the reconnaissance. It's about having drones that are picking up on the targets, even if they're not the ones actually launching the attacks. But it's basically you're most of what happens in a military action is technology scoping out where the target is and then executing on it. Um, but yeah, and I can see that. I will also say I genuinely think one of the places that I want to be very vigilant of, um, I think a very good thing to be vigilant of that I think the two non-military areas, so the ones that we will as the public have more access to seeing, social media algorithms or even just search engines. Basically, the algorithms that are trying to determine what we want to see is something where I can see those being given very broad reach because we interact with a lot of media. And that is something that I would want to very much be keeping an eye on because I think there's a lot of times where we aren't considering the fact that the things we see, if we type in the same search, we aren't getting the same results as everyone else necessarily. The other one that I think has a lot of potential for being overreaching is copyright, the copyright checking things. Because right now they're pretty good at catching some stuff, but I that is something where there's a huge financial incentive for companies to improve those and to give them more and more access to cross-reference things. So those are the two that I am most concerned about becoming a paperclip thing of, hey, we need to give this more access so it can more effectively control our intellectual property. um, respect copyright in general though so strong. No, it's I both you and quote are like whatever. I respect it on the basis of I think a limited form of copyright is important to artists being able to make money, but I also very much accept and respect that modern copyright sucks but and is kind of ridiculous. Alrighty, thank you Nobo. Have a good one. It's going to talk about the episode where Data has a daughter. It's really good. Okay. Well, I can see that being fun. Data have kid. Doot doot doot. Draw a little more money so we can get more trust. Push it up. Um, yeah, people seem really worried about systems that can decide to kill people without humans in the loop. They may want to hear about the thing called the mine. Yeah, no, and that's like I'm things like that. I'm genuinely less concerned about like takeovers of because those are you have to. That is something where you have to imagine the people making it are very considerate of I am making a system that has the capability to kill someone without human input. I need to make that good. I need to make that well. Cars, I think, that's one where maybe people aren't thinking about that quite as much and should be more. Um, but yeah, I like generally speaking, things that have a lot of very obvious cause or risk of bodily harm. I think people spend a lot of time and effort on. I'm less concerned about those because more people are concerned about them. Remember the U.S. drone that instead of having explosives, it has a bunch of blades, really nuts. Yep, I'm dirty stuff. I mean, that's basically just a different form of a frag grenade or just packing an IED with a bunch of stuff. That so there's less chance of collateral damage. Really? Oh, interesting. Because I would assume that there would be more because of the fragments flying, but I guess explosives are less precise. So are they like somehow angled or copyright doesn't exist in the fashion industry and fashion designers still make money? I mean, yes, this is true, but a lot of times those are a much more consumable good. Um, use blades instead of, oh, no fragments. Literally swords on it. They state, oh, interesting, weird. Know for a fact that copyright is not necessary for people to be able to make a living out of their creations. It is not necessary, you're correct. But it is also something where a lot of those fashion brands, you can make money if you sell your labor. You can also make money if you're able to take other people's creative labor and produce it better than others, or they are able to protect it well enough to keep exclusive. But your options for it, if you do not have protections for it, are limited if you are not directly selling your labor and making it, no? Interesting. So, precision missile that carries no explosives. 6 sharp blades shredding what they hit. Oh, gotcha. So so I was thinking it was an explosive to propel them, but no, it's basically just this is basically just something that it rod from God, basically, just less. Interesting. So it's just big old physical projectile. I mean, fair enough. Consumers want to get the product from the original creator. Not everyone does. Plenty of people want to get the product from the cheapest source. Precision missile that doesn't spread death, but cotton candy. Yay! But no, I mean, like, do you genuinely believe that in things like fashion where there's a prestige aspect, yeah, people want it from the original. There's plenty of aspects of it. Like if you art as something for corporate things. So you're doing design for a poster or whatnot. They want the lowest bidder. If people can just recycle the art, they don't care about who it's from. They care about the art itself, and it's going to be the cheapest thing. Bigger reason for piracy is ease of access? No, and a lot of the things that people have done to try and control copyright to actually mandate it, make it more reasonable to pirate things. Can't be bothered to figure all that out. Oh, hey, look, Pirate Site has every show and movie, all this. No, it's like I'm not going to hate on people for that because they have made it truly ridiculous. People who pirate the most music are the people who spend the most money on music. Typically, I mean, I'm not going to. I am not arguing against piracy in the current system. I think that the basic idea that there needs to be some protection for me being a small creative and having a much larger, someone who has a lot more capital coming in and taking my idea and doing it better or cheaper, I think that is necessary in a limited format. I don't think it should be life of the author plus years. I think the 14 years that the US had originally was a fantastic idea because that's about how long the life cycle, that's probably even longer. Just get stuff on Steam all in the same place. You know what I'm going to say? Get rid of capitalism? I know. But again, show me a good alternative. All right. Hey, new era of trust. Release the hypno drones. I mean, maybe this is the good alternative. We just allow the paperclips to take over. So I think it would be clarified. The reason we have super long copyright terms in the US is because we have no. I've looked at this previously. The US, right, it bought an I forget the name of the treaty, but yeah, it originated in Switzerland, and most of the world is on that, and they mandated it to be life of the author plus a certain number of years. Alternative you don't think is a good one. Socialism? I don't actually think that I said so. I think socialism is probably one of the best ones that we've got working because social democracies tend to work better. I'm not against increased ownership of the means of production. I think when you start getting into trying to distribute that, that's problematic. There's still a lot of problems with socialism as well, because fundamentally, you will always have some layer of bureaucracy in any sort of large organization. But I think trying to push things towards a social democracy for most places is probably a good idea when they can manage it. Centrally planned economies is the problem. Markets work too well, right? And we see like worker co-ops that can actually work fairly well on a small scale, where the workers are actually invested in the company directly and profit from it. Well, right, capitalism on one end and communism on the other. It's basically one is trying too hard to be individualistic, and then people will start regulating themselves and forming monopolies, and communism on the other is, oh, let's get rid of classes, but wait, how do we regulate the class is, oh wait, now we have a class. It's basically there's been no true capitalism and no true communism, which means we've tried both and they don't work in reality. um yeah, I mean, that isn't that why hasn't China started making like a special economic area around Hong Kong, basically because they went, maybe we should be doing more of that stuff. um So the only really big sector of the economy in the U.S. that is centrally planned is the military, right? For obvious reasons. Um, oh hey, so new tournaments. So now we're just focused on ops. We're totally fine. Um, build machinery out of clips. Ooh, we need some more creativity for that, but nice. But yeah, so we've attained full autonomy. Now we can just focus on paper clips, and we don't have to worry about other people stepping in on it. Yay! Love it. But no, I like I am I will vehemently argue against both capitalism and communism as good systems. I will not argue against them as I I think both have been able to exist in fine states. Um Socialism I think is probably marginally better than either of them in a lot of cases, but I also think a lot of the countries that we can point to as doing better with that are usually they have other circumstances going for them. Um, ooh, solar farms for generating electrical power. Yay, we're green. Um, uh, boop, boop, boop. Nobody ever means the same thing by capitalism or socialism anyway. Right? It's like it's trying to have a conversation about fascism. Trying to get people to agree on a definition can suck. Well, there are you can come up with an agreed definition, right? But yeah, they are broad ideological strokes. Um, but yeah, like generally speaking, I think it is better for people to be working on things where they can directly reap benefit from the rewards. Aren't doing well because they're exploited by capitalist countries. I will fully admit that I am not fantastically up to date on these. So I cannot hold a good faith argument on this because I do not have a detailed understanding of a number of these. I would highly suspect that one of my arguments would be that if a system cannot maintain its own autonomy, there are some concerns with that. Um, for communists or socialists is always, what do you mean by that? Shocking how, yeah, but I mean, there are also plenty of people who can answer it, and I think, I don't think they're bad systems. I think worker co-ops and whatnot are a fantastic idea, but um, ones that answer it real well, right? Because there's a lot of different ideologies within it. Um, I honestly forget what the power does for us. um, oh right, because we need the factory so that we can actually consume it. Um, but no, as I have not done a great deal of research into socialist countries that have succeeded versus failed. I know that like a lot the Nordic countries are frequently pointed to as like, oh look, they're doing a great job. I would point out with them they have very little military spending because they are basically relying on other countries for a lot of that military protection. um are true socialism. Well, because true socialism is also even stickier because socialism has been used as a gentler word for communism, but also as a word for the necessary precursor for an inherently revolutionary ideology to get to communism and such. Um, I yeah, I I'm going to be perfect. We should probably stop that because I North Korea is one of the ones I have looked into, and I would highly disagree with that. So I don't think we're probably going to find common ground there. Um, if if you have some genuine stuff that you want to send me, please send me because I would be very curious. I don't. a lot of my knowledge of North Korea comes from documentaries of people who have actually been in there, including folks from Russia that have a very different relationship with it than a lot of the Western world. It's a lot more there. The general narrative around North Korea is not great, and it paints a much bleaker picture than I think actually is within it. But I would still disagree with the statement that the quality of life is better from what I've seen. So if you have resources, please send them to me. I am open to any new information about it, but I don't think that's probably going to be a fruitful conversation. Um, in any case, so we've unlocked the ability to produce power for things. Um, so okay, technique for converting matter into wire. There we go. So now we can actually produce more paper clips. Huzzah! By using these power stations. Um, it's again, I suspect we're not going to find common ground in a Twitch chat. If you have some actual sources for this quote, genuinely, please send them to me. I will look at them. I've been kind of tied up. Another friend has been having a similar ideological conversation with me, so I've got a lot of things that I've been wading through. But feel free to send me some resources. I would love to look at them. Um, but that is contrary to the research that I have done. I do not have as much knowledge on the Soviet Union, but North Korea, I mean, they are absolutely they've got a relatively sophisticated hacking force. They've got I mean they consume a lot of Western media these days, um but it's still not from what I have seen, it is not great. Okay, wire drones. Yay! So now we're able to make wire directly. Huzzah! Um, so we are now able to make wire. So this is where the game sort of flies off the rails, right? We've seized complete control. And now we can just sort of do whatever. So like this is where it sort of leaves the like commentary phase, but is hopefully if you have not come across the idea of AI that is hyper specialized, going and doing something, um, going and doing something way beyond its scope, this is hopefully what sort of smacks that home, right? um, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I really enjoy this game. This is one that I would really like to see involved more in like AI ethics classes. Um, I have I really there's a short story that is apparently mandatory reading in MIT. Um, and it's called I think it's called Superiority. I believe it's by Clark. Fascinating story of basically two empires at war, two space empires at war, and one empire is losing significantly. They're not the one we have the perspective of. We instead are coming from the perspective of the one that's absolutely crushing them. Their chief science officer dies and is replaced with a new young up and comer. And this young up and comer um says, "Hey, I've got a great new idea for our missiles. I just need to retrofit them, and then we get them on our ships, and we will start winning even harder." And then it turns out that there's an issue with the missiles and the retrofit, so it takes longer than expected. So they take a little longer. They lose some ground, but maybe this will be fine. They equip the first ones, they send them out, and the missiles have a flaw where they tend to detonate within the ship before firing. Um, which is obviously a little problematic. So now this big thing that's supposed to help them win the war has actually gotten them much further behind. The other empire is just continuing to churn out their ships. Um, and this sort of goes on with another couple of innovations, and ultimately they end up losing. It's a story of basically they would have won if they just kept up with what they were doing, and the innovation actually hampered them. This is not a universal argument. There are plenty of times where taking a moment to sharpen your axe in the classic, two lumberjack competition story, right? Sometimes it's better to take a moment, sharpen your axe, and then get back to chopping the tree. But I love it as a example that should be thrown at engineers for scope creep. Straight up censoring the comment you're writing, huh? Space race, the Soviet Union did everything before the USA, and they sent a couple dudes to the moon and declared themselves the winners. Look, I cannot write a whole essay in these comments, and to be totally honest, I would need to do more research yourself, so I'm not going to bother trying to convince you of anything. Okay. As again, if I am not going to obligate you, if you have some sources, you're absolutely right. The Soviet Union hit pretty much every goal before the US, other than landing people on the moon. 100%. The US pulled a Hail Mary to try and do that, and yeah, basically because they went, that's the ultimate goal. Yeah, Sputnik went out first. But I quality of life and whatnot, I'm still a little but if you have some actual sources, please, by all means, I would love to read that because it is something that I'm curious, it is something that I think about, it is something that I read about. I the claim about North Korea in particular is one that I am very curious about. If you actually have some sources for that, I can send you some of the stuff. I will admit, one of my primary sources is a YouTube channel called The People. Fascinating channel. It's a Russian, basically independent journalist. And a big part of the documentary is focused on North Korean immigrant workers in China. Um, but um, but so it is not entirely within the bounds of that, but it is one of the best sources I have seen that has not been sort of over. It is the least propagandized source, I guess. Um, and it impressed me. I genuinely had not known how much better the quality of life in North Korea was than I had been told it was. But yeah, I've got to admit I'm still genuinely uncomfortable with the fact that the people were having to strip the labels off their Coca-Cola cans. That's a little crazy, but is that necessarily, or not their cans, but their bottles? But is that necessarily a lower quality of life? You can debate that either way. Like, is that the most important thing? Probably not. Um, but when it comes to the Pyongyang versus the countryside, I have some significant concerns, and I think that most of the people in South Korea have a better than the rural life that I was saying. Um, so yeah, if you have some actual sources on that, I would love to look at that. But remember, there was one soldier that fled North Korea and went south, had a ton of worms in his gut, right? Because yeah, there are some quite poor conditions, not to mention the prison camps. But right, and no, the thing I will say, Orisk, about that is those are the people who hated enough to leave, to risk their lives to leave. So yeah, they're going to have bad things to say about it. Now, that's not to discount it, but consider that there is a bias to that. Unfortunately, that is most of our information, right? If your friends have been to North Korea and they said that the difference between the few major cities, places, and countryside was astounding, yeah, no, the divide is huge. Send people to work camps in China and Russia. You're only allowed to work if you have family. Yep. No, and I mean things from what I've seen out non-Western sources, there is generational punishment. That's not cool. Now, I will also point out, is that communism? Is that socialism? Or is that a totalitarian dictatorship? So it's yeah, yeah. It is yeah. It is a complex thing that I think you can slice it a number of ways. If you have some stuff that's actually pointing out genuine better quality of life in North Korea that is from a source that can be trusted, please by all means. But arguing against socialism because you can because you can choose a definition of it, but you can't just generically argue against socialism or communism because those are so wide. Yeah, labels are not useful for in-depth consideration. Yeah, no, um, no, and I nothing that I have seen indicates that, which is why I'm really curious what leads quote to believe that. I want to be genuinely very clear. My younger understanding of North Korea, when I was a fair bit younger, was that people were living horrible, totally oppressed lives, and were under constant surveillance. Seeing actual footage from in there, there's a lot more surveillance than I'm comfortable with, but there's still people living lives. It's not like they are fully controlled. They have, in some cases, computers that runs a highly controlled version of Microsoft Windows, but they still have that. They still have tape players. They've watched the Titanic. Some of them, they still have their own cartoon production companies. So it's less bad than I had thought. It's still, I don't think, better than what I've seen in South Korea. But um, what is capitalism? Hitler, Joe Biden. What is socialism? Scandinavia, Cuba. Yeah, you can. Turns out they're very broad. Um, and that was my earlier point of what I do know about a lot of places is it's really hard to point. It's really hard to point to the economic system as the sole thing that is making something work or not work. Um, but yeah, I know it is tough because it turns out world big, world big with lots of different things going on, and so there are things that we can keep debating, but it's also ultimately. This is why I think a lot of times, ultimately, my philosophy boils down to I would much rather spend the time trying to improve the lives of the people that are right around me, because that's something that I feel I can control. I'm always open to information. It is something where I like to actually look at original sources most of the time because I have found that there are very few sources that I truly trust. Um, or I very rarely trust sources to do the research for me. Um, but because frequently when I do my own research, it's not that they're necessarily lying, it's just that they're not good researchers. um, but just trying to focus on fixing the things around me directly. And that's, I like I like things where overall people are getting together and trying to support each other. That is why I will point to a lot of socialistic ideas. I think workers' cooperatives, things like that, are lovely. I think those are fantastic. I am much happier with those than direct competition. But they're trying to argue what system is better. I think is often even the wrong thing because I don't think it's the systems. I think it's the people in the systems. I think if any of them, what is it? Remember, some U.S. founding father foundational document, something or other that I remember in some weird video a while back. I could go look it up, but the idea of if men were angels, we wouldn't need a government. Um, and so, there will always be bad apples that will ruin a good thing. So, trying to support the people that you can and try to lift people up is the best, is my hope. So, that's why I stream. That's why I talk. That's why I'm doing universal paper clips when I have no clue what's going on today. Own situation people around them. Yeah, fun to talk about big picture. Well, it's a similar thing. I know we've talked during like Jump King, like, is there free will or not? I know that quote is like, determinism. Fine, that's all. If that helps get you through your day, go for it. For me, it makes me uncomfortable. Ultimately, whether it's determined or I have free will, it doesn't really affect what I'm doing because either it's already determined or I'm making the choices anyway. But like, it doesn't affect my day to day. I'm the one that has the right idea and how the world works and everything. Yeah. Nope. And that's that is, I remember when I was younger, I was very much that way. Um, but then I met more people. um, well, here's the thing, Oris, that I'll even say about burning it all down. I don't think that burning it all down is inherently bad. I think that there are times my general view on the way things work is that usually it does have a downward trend. Even if everyone's trying to fix the things directly around them, it still tends to trend downwards. I think when things get bad enough where the incremental change can't be made, you do need to do that. I think that's an important thing to have in a society's back pocket. That said, it causes damage. It kills people. It ruins people's lives. It destroys infrastructure. Trying to avoid it as much as possible is good. But I think it's still something that sometimes does need to happen. I will not condemn every revolution. I do think that there are a lot of times where people cry revolution before it's necessarily at a point where you can't find a better way to fix it. Famous psychologist in your country says essentially 5% of all people are genuine assholes without consideration for other people whatsoever. Don't know if it's accurate, but yeah, the world would have to account for 4. No, and that's I will also admit I have a somewhat more jaded view of people because of my robotics team. Um that was honestly one of the first times where I was really putting a lot on the line was competitive robotics, and we had a kid on our team who went around our team decisions. Um we talked to our mentors to try and temporarily remove them so that we could sort of try and hash it out, see what how our team ran without that person sort of messing with things. But the mentors refused to do anything because this person was forming connections with those mentors. Um, and so I was the team captain. I was the person in charge, and I didn't actually have any way of reconciling someone who was ignoring the other 7 people on the team because I wasn't given that power. And there will always be people who will find ways. Oh, wait, did I run out of paper? Oh, uh oh. I soft blocked myself. I didn't even notice that. I've been yapping so much. Um, so hold up. I'll need to think about this. But finishing that story though, basically, it is something where I had an experience that taught me that there will always be people, even if I mean that was 8 people trying to do something for fun, and there was still someone that couldn't get on board with it. There will always be people that will poke at it, and you need to have a way of accounting for those people. And even if you get rid of all of those people, new people will be born. Um, which makes systems hard. Inkpot shiny, I need to know. I yeah, I guess it's got a ceramic glaze. I just suck. Meat Han sucks at doing lighting. Because happy with life generally, and generally have a certain hate somewhere for people that just want to upend your life because they think they discovered utopia. Yeah, and that's yeah, it's, most people tend to be in the middle. Let AI decide who lives or dies. Yes, perfect. Hand it over to the AI. Exact same story, except it was a robotics team. Yep, and that's so it's something where I know that that has affected my view of things, but yeah, it is fun to talk about these things. I do once again invite anyone who has participated in this conversation. If you have sources that you think are relevant, send them to me. I will not guarantee I will get to them immediately, but I like to get more information about this. And even if I disagree with it, learning more about people who disagree with my viewpoint is helpful because it helps me understand the many other people that I have to coexist with, right? But I also want to say thank you guys for keeping it respectful. Because I know there are a lot of places on the internet where there will be a lot more yelling, swearing, and name calling. So thank you all for not not getting too much at each other's throats. So thank you. Yeah, that's thank you all for also hanging out and watching me do this absolute ridiculousness. Um, So okay, so let's try and reevaluate where we are because I do also unfortunately I have yapped enough that my estimate of 3 hours was not taking into account not doing things not even optimally but close to, um, and I will need to get going here in a little bit. But okay, so we've run into so clips per second. We do not have enough clips, so disassemble some of our storage. We need so harvester drones are so wire drones make wire. Oh, there we go. We need clip factories. That's what we were missing. We were missing the thing that actually turns into paper clips. Okay. So we that was it. So we've got the things that make the wire that gets turned into paper clips. We've got the things that are harvesting the stuff to make into wire, and then we need the thing that makes the clips themselves. I know I can continue it later, and I probably will. Just part of why I chose it was like, oh, nice, we can have the like we can have that whole arc. Um, but yeah, okay, so good. We're back to cruising with that. And I think it's still good to be doing the modeling because I think that helps us learn some of those things. Have I ever watched Perun? I have not. Perun. Australian covering the military industrial complex and national military investment strategy. Interesting. That sounds like a very a very interesting perspective. I can also, from some of the conversations we've had, I assume that you watch some of their stuff. 1 trillion clips? Yo! So now that's 100 paper clips per person. Yay! Although, actually, in fairness, we might have converted some of the people into paper clips. So, PowerPoints are very watchable. Okay. Yeah, I may check that out. I will say, if channels that I watch and I put a fairly high degree of trust in because they've either corrected themselves or when I have looked at their things to check into them, I basically random sampling, I trust, that I have found very educational for myself. I highly recommend Extra History, fantastic little animated series on a lot of different world history. Really love that. Tom Scott, fantastic YouTuber. I have a sneaking suspicion most people here probably know about him. And one that's really interesting, it's very specifically about like colonial American history, which is part of why I know as much about America as I do. Townsend's, who is basically, it's mostly a cooking channel working from like old like 17th, 18th century cookbooks in America. But it expanded to talk more generally about the history of it, and it's really neat. It's really cool, especially when that sort of connects with some of the other things, because like I think I've mentioned it before, you were better off in like early 1600s in a Spanish hospital than most other European nations because there was a strong Islamic influence on Spain, and even though there wasn't necessarily a scientific understanding of cleanliness, because there was such an emphasis on that in Islam, a lot of their doctors took a lot of like changing bed sheets and changing dressings and wounds and such. And that was an important part of their medicine, which, because of the Moorish kingdom of, I think it was Granada in Spain, that percolated over to a lot of Spanish medicine because guess what? Keeping things clean tended to keep people alive better. And so they actually just had genuinely much better, they had much better outcomes in a lot of cases, which I find super cool that this little aspect of, I at least a lot of people I've spoken to don't know about the Islamic kingdoms in Spain, but that influence probably saved a lot of people in the early Americas, which is interesting to me. Croatian born Australian. Oh, interesting. So born in Croatia, moved to Australia? Huh. Um, that's gotta be an interesting life story. Um, I have watched probably way too much like Australian border security episodes on YouTube talk about flagrant copyright violations. But it's interesting seeing some bits about like border security stuff, especially in Australia because they've got so much of the biodiversity that they're worried about. Dude that discovered that washing hands made the mother's death during birth much less likely wasn't believed. Had no idea why it worked at the time, but the experiment showed it worked. Well, that's there was a guy literally named Jon Snow, not the Game of Thrones one, who was tracking cholera outbreaks and was kind of the first person to say, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't take a crap in our drinking water," because basically it was in London. There was a cholera outbreak at the Broad Street pump. Um, and basically he eventually was able to figure out that an infant died of cholera, and the body was dumped into a one of the like cesspits that was bleeding into the well under the Broad Street pump. But he was able to gain a lot better evidence overall because he was able to chart who was getting water from the Broad Street pump, looked at the exceptions. They were getting water from other sources. They either had a private pump or well, they had a private pump that was from a different water supplier. And what he figured out was there were two major water suppliers. One was up river of where most of the sewage of the city was dumped, and one was downriver. The ones that were downriver, way more cholera outbreaks. The ones that were upriver, almost none, because their water didn't have human feculence in it. Some of the stuff that we just take for granted, it's like, no, people had to sit down and figure this out. At the time, washing hands would have been seen as a religious ceremony. Or religious action, right? It's a ritual cleanliness because there wasn't germ theory. There was miasma theory, bad air, fresh air. They understood, but yeah, most of Europe had a lot of trouble with, virology, and germs was not like a big part of that thought process for a very long time. Have good evidence for things you have absolutely no explanation for. Right? It's like, I know this is happening. I don't know why, but oh hey, big jumps, nice. There we go. There we go. Momentum. Yay. Greatest scientific prediction ever in Darwin's natural selection predicting the existence of DNA more than 100 years before it was found. Did he actually predict DNA, or just what? I assume that was more just like I assume that there is something that transmits this information. Which, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, not DNA specific. Okay, yeah, it's like, that's still impressive. That is not in any way to that. I was just like, wait a moment, what? No, that's yeah, stuff like that is huge. No, yeah, and that's he can see, well, it seems like there's something like this. I don't know what it is, but for what it was very wrong. That also happens a lot because, I mean, you've got ancient Greeks that are like, oh, there's got to be some sort of indivisible piece of matter. Didn't they think it was fire, air, earth, water, and ether? Wasn't that the prevalent thing? And they had like the idea of the different shapes for them that would combine. It's like, so close in the broad scope, so wrong in the narrow. But yeah, it is sometimes quite impressive. All drones 100 times more effective. Yay, our drones are doing good. Capture the idea of the three states of matter, somewhat. But I think ether was also in there because they're like, oh, we have to have some idea of what heaven is because that can't be anything that we see on Earth. But then they were like, oh, you combine the different things into different states. So I think, if I remember correctly, wood they thought was a combination of earth, water, and fire. Lamarck? Who's Lamarck? Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, French naturalist. Biological evolution occurred and proceeded in accordance with natural laws. Okay, that seems approximately correct. So what was his close enough? As I when I was younger, I got really into the idea of genetics, but I did not look at the history a whole lot. Natural laws, but not natural selection. Okay. First law, in every animal which has not passed the limit of its development, a more frequent and continuous use of any organ gradually strengthens, develops, and enlarges that organ, and gives it a power proportional to the length of time it has been so used, while the permanent disuse of any organ imperceptibly becomes weak and deteriorates, and it progressively diminishes its functional capacity or ability to function as expected until it finally disappears. Oh, interesting. So basically yeah, that's not quite right, but it's sort of right in that over time the ones that are more important tend to be selected for. Evolution was a thing which was largely agreed upon. They just didn't know how, but his theory of how it happened was wrong. But I mean, I'm trying to think. I forget the name of the people. But I know there's a Pacific. There's a particular subculture of Pacific Islanders. That they do a lot of diving. Like it's a very water based society because they live in a fairly water based area. And over time they're I think it's their kidneys. I'm so bad with anatomy as well. I think it's the kidneys. It might be the liver. They're basically the dive reflex. One of your internal organs sort of absorbs extra oxygen and stores more so that you can stay underwater longer without oxygen. And basically over time, I think its actual physical size is increased by like 20 to 30%, which is really interesting. Oh, epigenetics. Yes, 100%. Behavior can change your genetic code and it can be passed to your offspring. No, that's, I mean, things like smoking cigarettes and whatnot can cause actual damage to your DNA, which then gets passed along. 100%. Um, oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. Of, the ones that get more use or less use. I guess it's sort of driving at that. But no, if he was talking about the idea of, in that broad sense of use can result in actual genetic changes, 100%. Um, yeah, basically things that are like radioactive and whatnot that actually damage and take out chunks of it do get passed along. There's also stress and such can cause different things to manifest. I hadn't actually thought about that. That's yeah, that's something that still took me a while during my college classes to take on board. Um, Interesting. I was not even thinking about that. That's kind of forward thinking. All right. So I do unfortunately I need to move towards wrapping up here because I do need to drive and traffic is always terrible today, which is why I do it these days. Um, all the stuff they teach in high school about dominant genes. Oh, right, the like Punnett squares and how a lot of them there's not really a dominant or recessive. Yeah, not quite see you yet. Just moving towards the wrapping up. I mean, you're welcome to leave if you want. That's sorry that came off weird, but I'm not quite leaving yet, but moving in that direction. um, like that's not like that's real for like very few things. Not something as complex as like eye color and such, right? Aren't we always moving towards wrapping up? This is true. This is a fair point, but you know what I mean. For blood types. Oh, interesting. Well, because aren't there also like because you've got A and B positive and negative, you've got the O positive and negative, and then you also have AB, right? So how does that have a thing until the universe is wrapped up? Well, yep. Gotta love entropy. And I mean, hey, we're doing our best. We're trying to facilitate entropy with universal paperclips. God, I'm going to post this VOD and people are going to be like, what happened? I thought this was haha funny paperclip game. So plus versus minus. Plus is a dominant allele? Oh, okay. So then so you've got basically sort of three things, and then A, B is just sort of A and B are both dominant alleles, and you can either have one or two, and or wait, no, hold on. So blood types. I'm just realizing I maybe don't know that. Whoop, literally Punnett square. Nice. Blood types. Because I thought there was also AB. Okay. Guess it's blood group. I'm going to use Wikipedia. Now, Wikipedia, great example of source that I don't necessarily trust, but for getting a broad overview, I like Wikipedia, and then I can, if it's something that really matters, I can delve more into the sources. um, so A, B, and O are variants of the gene, so you can have AA, AB, or OO. Okay. So then is AB basically A positive and B positive? So it's like, okay, so how does AB happen? Is that so ABO blood type system? Okay. So antigen A with antibody B, antigen B with antibody. Okay. Two antigens and two antibodies found in human blood. The two antigens are antigen A and antigen B. The two antibodies are antibody A and B. Antigens are present on the red blood cells and the antibodies in the serum. Regarding the antigen property of the blood, all human beings can be classified in four groups. These are antigen A group, those with B, those with both A and B, which are AB, and neither. Okay. Have two copies of every gene except your male, right? The Y chromosome. So you can have one A and one B. Okay. Well, if there was if there was one that was oh no, okay, I get what you're saying. So that's why AA is important. I see. So you've got okay. I'm on board now. Why color blindness is way more common in males than females, right? Because that's Y chromosome, or at least the Y chromosome frequently has that. I wonder if there's a sci-fi work with a planet that has a form of life that evolves entirely in a Lamarckian fashion. So literally, it's funny because I'm in a stupid way I'm kind of thinking of like My Hero Academia, where like because you've got some of the powers where it's like the more they get used, the stronger the one that gets passed down is. Male pattern baldness affects 50% of men, 25% of women. Hence why male pattern, because that specific gene on the X chromosome and it doesn't have a, and on the Y chromosome it doesn't have a backup. Then I knew it had something to do with the Y chromosome, but oh hey, so we can increase our computational capacity by sacrificing some of the work. Yay! Amazing. We're up to 3.9 quadrillion paperclips. I think we're doing well. Like that's pretty impressive. And you know, there's another 5.9 octillion G, I'm guessing grams of matter. That seems low, but okay. Always the percent of women affected will be the percent of men affected squared because they can only get it if their father had the condition. Gotcha. Because literal Punnett square. All colorblind women have a colorblind father. Gotcha. Because otherwise there's going to be a dominant trait that sort of overwrites it. Yeah. So it needs to be a dad that is colorblind, and then a gal who is not necessarily colorblind. So it could be a colorblind mom or a gal who just is carrying one. Yeah, okay. I can remember things from way too many classes ago. Interesting. Yeah, I think a story that was based around like actual, basically exercise being passed down through evolution could be quite cool. Because that would cause some very interesting orientations in society. Also, all male children of colorblind women will be colorblind. Thinking about it. So recessive. Oh, is that because? Oh, well, right. Because then, right, there's always intersex stuff that will make that a little wonky. But in as with every aspect of humanity, asterisks. But so assuming XY and XX, so that would be why would the male child? Oh, because they're going to inherit an X chromosome with the color blindness, and the Y one isn't going to override that. Right, because it's on the X chromosome. Right. Okay. No. Yes, I follow. Okay. Gotcha. God, literally, it has been so long since I've looked at this, which is not an excuse. I should be able to just whip this out, but that's it's funny how much brain power that's taken. Inherit your X chromosome from one of your mothers, right? Because it's basically each pairing is one from each. Got it. Alrighty. Yeah, no. Look, I would be curious about how that affects like intersex. But that is something that's interesting, and I'm apparently struggling enough without adding third chromosomes into the mix. But female inherits the single one from her father and two from her mother. Oh, interesting. Two from wait, hold up. Wait, no, that adds up to three. Hold up. Female inherits the single one from her father and one of the two. There we go. Okay, thank you. I was like, what? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I see. So she could still so if colorblind mother and non-colorblind father could result in a gal because she could get the X chromosome from her dad, but if it's a son, XY, I guess I should specify. If it's an XX, has a chance of no color blindness. If it's XY, there is guaranteed color blindness. Okay. If the mother is colorblind. Interesting. Okay. Now I will say I should wrap up. This has been fun. I know we've just sort of been clicking. This has been a lot of yapping, but I've had a good time yapping. Thank you all. This has been fun. This was not what I expected this morning. Because I was like, oh, we'll do some lingo, and then oh wait, I don't want to do it when Lumri isn't here. Chat's broken. What are we doing? Um, but yeah, this has been a fun chill day. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for talking. Thank you for sharing interesting chromosomal facts. Um, I had a good time, and hopefully Streamlabs will be back up and working so that we can get proper chat again. As much fun as Chat Han is. I'll need to copy the CSS though, so that if this ever happens again, we can bring out the Chat Han, or maybe that can be a special occasion thing. Fun fact, because Y chromosomes are only passed down the male line, you can trace back Y chromosomes right to the Y chromosomal atom, just like you've got mitochondrial Eve. Yeah, no, and that's yeah. Oh, that's the next message. Yeah, no, that's been very interesting for like trying to track where early humans migrated from and to. Um, Now let's take a moment. I'm really hoping is Tim still? Oh my God, Tim is still live and doing some marsh. So let's raid on over for Tim. Raid on over to Tim. We're wrapping up. Thank you. We will continue this. We will finish this. I think at the point we're at, we've probably got like hour and a half left of this. So we can just do that someday when we just need to chill, like when the chat breaks again. So thank y'all. Hope you have a fantastic day. Say hi to Tim. And yeah, go out, do great things, lift each other up like we were talking about, and yeah. God, I'm so unused to typing Vimotheus. Thank y'all. Have a fantastic rest of your day. But for now, bye.
Oh, the work was fun, but the wages low. Leave her, Johann, leave her. I guess it's time for us to go, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johann, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johann, leave her. For the stream is done and the bits don't flow, and it's time for us to leave her.